Welcome to both our in-person and online participants. Very nice to see you all. Let me start with a land acknowledgement. We're meeting today in Toronto, the Dish with One Spoon territory, the traditional land of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, and the Mississauga tribes. And the Dish with One Spoon means that we are all invited here in peace to share the natural resources. This is the dish, and we all have one spoon, which means that we need to be together, to come together and work together, and that we also have a responsibility towards generations past to preserve these natural resources for us, all of us today, but also towards generations in the future. And I think this is a very important message this day. I mean, this year in particular, with all that we have seen happen in extreme weather events, I think there's a lot to learn from Indigenous knowledge. I also want to add my personal, how can I say, feeling and responsibility towards truth and reconciliation in Canada. I came to Canada 4 years ago. In that sense, I'm an uninvited guest, a settler, and being someone who works on migration and so on mobility and how people go to places and what are their rights, often looking at truth and reconciliation can be a tough job because it's about the people who were here and what is our responsibility in the settler colonial state, and how can we bring the two together. We know in Canada there is the future of Canada is both dealing with truth and reconciliation, but also very much interweaved with migration. So I'm very glad we're having this workshop in person here today. I want to just say a couple of words of general introduction. First of all, by thanking Alice Massari and Lynn Hansen for co-organizing this with me. Alice is our Global Marie Curie Fellow, and the Global Marie Curie Fellowship is a program that happens together with an EU university, and that's where Lina is, the co-supervisor of the project, and we're very glad to have this workshop that really doesn't come much from my own work, but rather from their work and their interest, and then their actually very novel insights on the visual dimension in governance. So I really look forward to a very exciting and interdisciplinary discussion with all of our speakers, both those who came from afar and those who are from nearby in Canada. Without further ado, I'd like to give, well, actually, I should give the floor to Alicia to co-introduce the workshop, and then to Shishi Chuang as our chair for this morning.
So good morning, everyone. I'm very grateful for all for the your presence here. The workshop is basically a very important step in this project that is trying to conceptualize the idea of visual governance, which is super ambitious and therefore very difficult at the moment. And hopefully this workshop with all the contribution of the speaker is gonna help me develop further and have more insight. So thank you very much, and please.
Thank you. Hello, good morning, everyone. Hello, online participants. Welcome to this workshop. So lovely to see people in person here, but also we might have participants from across the world, and welcome. My name is Shishi Chuang. I'm the chair for today's morning section, and together with me is my co-chair, Younes Alga. Also from CERC, and Younes will be monitoring any online questions and comments, and we'll bring it back to the group at the end. But I would like to just quickly go through the schedule for this morning section, and each presenter, you have about 15 to 18 minutes for your presentation. I might give you a sign like 5 minutes left and 2 minutes left, and just to remind everyone to be mindful of your time so that we can have more time at the end for discussions. Would like to go pass along to Anna, our first presenter, to get started. Thank you, Anna.
Yeah, thank you. I have a bit of a tough job because I am the first to go, and I also need to stay on within time. I hope you won't have to summon me. Well, actually, on purpose, I'm going first because I'm giving a bit of a general introduction about the governance of migration today. And I think then from there, for instance, Lynn takes it and tells us more about the specific focus of this workshop today on the visual dimension in governance. But I hope my introductory remarks on where does migration governance stand today, what is the role of narratives, and within that, how do we relate to the aspect of visual representation is will help start the debate. So first of all, let me say something about migration governance today. I think what we're witnessing is an intensifying level of globalization that is not just socioeconomic. It's not just about global trade or global transportation or connectivity. It's also about this virtual connection, this virtual connectivity that makes us present at the same time in very distant parts of the world, and that allows us to connect and to participate even through some sort of transnational virtual public sphere to things that are happening very far away from where we are actually situated. And that creates a lot of a big set of new opportunities, but also challenges in our understanding of migration and in our understanding of migration governance. Because people can both move physically, say a migrant comes from, say, the Philippines to Canada, but then at the same time remain connected with what happens back home, or remain connected with a transnational diaspora. And all the three levels happen at the same time, and they're not contradictory to each other. And we know that social media is actually a big how can I say, part of this connectivity. It probably arose more as a technical possibility, but it has become now, in my view, almost a level of social reality that is kind of distinct from the others. It's not separate, it's interconnected, but it is distinct because, for instance, we see things happening in the world right now, the conflict in the Middle East, and we mobilize online through the social media, because what other way do you have today other than mobilize? And even you hate Twitter, but still you tweet what your opinion is, or your comment on someone else's comment. And the other element about social media that is very special and that actually can shape our virtual mobility and virtual participation is that the algorithm creates, this virtual environment where we feel we are surrounded by like-minded people, and we don't know that actually we're like the algorithm is promoting views of what the like-minded people say. And to my mind, it's almost two things are in a contradiction, because mobility has intensified, physical mobility. It has become more accessible to more people in terms of means. It's more highly regulated than it was before, so it remains very much tied to the nation state and its borders and its control. And at the same time, we all navigate within the separate element of the public sphere, which is the internet connectivity, in particular the social media connectivity. Before I say anything about images, I wanna give a little bit of my historical bird's eye view of where migration stands today. And I don't know if my personal experience is shared by many researchers in the room who work on migration, but I suppose we all have gotten to that dinner with friends or drink with friends where they say, how can you explain all the wrongs that happen in migration today and why before it was different? Or I think migration before was orderly and now it is disorderly. I think migration before was for the good of everyone and now it is happening all over the place. And actually my answer is, I think we need to look, if not the long term, a little bit more connect migration with what is happening in general, how society and the economy and politics and geopolitics are changing. And that's where my periodization comes in. So already post-World War II migrations were different, and I don't want to spend time discussing that, but certainly we've seen migration changing in 1989 with the implosion of the communist regimes and in an intensification of migration as a result of that. We've seen then 9/11 and the whole, how can I say, almost hysteria, anyhow, the whole thing about securitization, which actually were putting in the same basket two very different eggs. One was international terrorism and the other was migration that was happening for all sorts of economic and political reasons. And I'm signaling there 2020 as the year of the pandemic, where we realized also that there could be a situation where mobility is breaking down and everything comes to a standstill, and this was a totally new experience. Of course, I should say perhaps 2022 or 23 is also an important year, because unlike what we expected during the pandemic, mobility has come back full-fledged to where it was before, and we haven't seen many changes in governance. But anyhow, these are important elements, and what I think has characterized migration after 1989, and particularly after 2001, the last 20 years, is what we call mixed motivations. So people move for a variety of reasons that cannot be easily categorized as mainly economic and mainly political or humanitarian. The other element I think that is very important for our discussion today is what I call citizen journalism. And I think we've seen that start in 2011 after the Arab Spring, where people with their smartphones, and of course there is a technology element in that, people with their smartphones could be at a demonstration, take a picture or a video and send it right there to whether friends, Facebook, or actually a newspaper. And that's where we see a whole transformation of how reporting happens. And at the same time, so I think we have these different things, the way in which short video or pictures are coming into the formal media, but also they're coming into the social media, and people are reacting, creating, a highly, how can I say, mobile kind of virtual sphere. And even if we're thinking about what happens in terms of the migration transformation, a more recent element that I think it's been a little bit the a result of the pandemic is this increase in how can I say, separation. Not for, of course, it's still a small minority of people, but increase in separation of work, the place of work, and the place where one lives, and whether this is through people who even come as migrants, say to Toronto, but engaged into digital platforms, their job, and people who probably work in Toronto, but are traveling through different places and still connect online. But let me get back to the question of migration governance and its narrative, and on purpose I tried, like still in a little bit of the thunder of Lynn and Alicia, tried to show, I've been myself criticizing the migration governance narrative, which as of 2016 and particularly 2018 with the Global Compact, has been very much one advocating for safe, orderly, and regular migration. And of course, safe, orderly, and regular migration is good, and hopefully it is a triple win for countries of origin, destination, and the migrants. But actually, we know that a lot of migration is none of that. And actually, what I've tried to show with these pictures is precisely how varied migration can be today, and how much it actually relates to mixed motivations and to both physical and digital connectivity. So I think I'll leave the visual dimension analysis to the other panelists, but I want to spend a couple more words in terms of where do we stand on migration governance. And I have already mentioned that I think 2020 and what happened with the pandemic was almost the ground zero of migration. And it was certainly a challenge for all of us researchers on migration to say, okay, what is happening and how does this affect governance? Will we see a radical change after the pandemic recedes? And actually what we've seen unexpectedly is that no radical change has happened. Pretty much we've gone back to where we were before, with a small exception of the health sector, where, of course, the emphasis on essential work and essential workers has remained, even if still not to that same level. But this brings me to, actually, I think the pandemic is bringing me and many others to consider how migration, again, is situated in the context of general transformation processes and what other people have called the polycrisis, whether polycrisis in the singular or polycrisis in the plural, and try to connect the dots. So we've already mentioned, social, economic, and political reasons why people move. But I think what we've seen in the last few years is, first of all, environmental migration is likely to increase. We don't yet see it in North America or maybe in Europe, but we know it is happening in other world regions. And we need to understand better how this actually impacts other factors. Another element that I think we're experiencing since 2015, it's not a migration crisis, but rather a crisis of solidarity, a certain fatigue about solidarity towards people who move, not so because they're forced to move, not because they really chose it. I think we are there at the crossroads also in terms of how do we codify this in conventions or in international law? Because on one hand, there is a concern that if you say asylum seekers are not true asylum seekers because they're also migrants, then you actually undermine their protection while you don't do any good for migrants. At the same time, we know that a lot of people who are moving for protection reasons are classified as economic migrants. So it is really important when we consider migration governance to think of how it has become a wicked problem and how we need actually as researchers to understand, to connect it more with its context and the different factors, and likewise to connect it with different actors. And that brings me to the final main point of my presentation, which is that migration governance is better understood as a battleground. And a battleground means that, well, it might come across as a negative term, but it's not necessarily a negative term. It's a negative term in the sense that different actors have different interests and, you know, advocate for their own positions. But it is also true that it's a very dynamic element, and governance, actually, we need to look for this governance not within the state, but also in arenas that are transnational, as well as subnational, and that are interconnected. So we have seen already, particularly in Europe, what has been called venue shopping. So when states are uncomfortable in legislating on an issue, they push the legislation, and they push the responsibility or the legitimation of their action at the transnational level, which is the European Union level, but they can also move it downwards to the city level of the local authorities. Sometimes it can be shifted outwards to private actors who could be airlines, but it could also be employers that have, for instance, to verify documents or verify eligibility. And of course, the civil society that can be there to support or to pick up the pieces if you want that policies leave when at the borders there's no proper support for people who are seeking protection, or simply for vulnerable people who are trying to cross a border and may be trapped in there. And we also see right now something that perhaps, again, as researchers we knew but hadn't come to the fore, which is that migration is now becoming very much a geopolitical and a foreign policy issue, and that's where we talk about weaponization of migration, where it can be used as a diplomatic tool in the relations between countries of origin, countries of transit, and countries of destination. So I think the term battleground, that has not been coined by me, but rather by a colleague in Italy, Maurizio Ambrosini, is a very good metaphor to speak about how all this is happening at transnational, national, local level. These levels are interconnected, and also the actors come from different sectors. And that's where I think when we also consider the visual dimension in governance and the power of images and the power, if you want, of social media, we need to keep in mind the different actors that are involved. And these are not just, I think, we've all been discussing the role of civil society, but I think civil society can be very diverse internally, both within the same country, but also across countries and world regions. So this is one element. The other element is we need to think about civil society that is not strictly related to migration, but is part of this process. So that can refer to educational institutions, that can refer to lawyers, of course, employment agencies and travel agencies. The private sector, again, it's not just employers, it's also banks, it's real estate, it's the money transfer businesses, it's the transport companies, not just airlines, that are also part of this migration governance battleground. And of course, it's international organizations. Since 2016 and the New York summit, and then 2018 and the Global Compact, we've seen an increasing role for international organizations, particularly IOM, being welcome officially to the family, so-called family of UN agencies, but also seeing UNHCR and IOM converging and kind of intertwining their areas of responsibility and areas of activity, each of course trying to expand its own area, but often actually just testifying to the fact that while on policy and in the global compact, we try to keep migration and asylum very separate, in reality on the ground, they're very much related, and I think governments know that. And to conclude, in this battlefield, representation of migration governance, I want to add that in my view, we need to pay more attention to these non-central actors. I don't want to call them peripheral because I don't think they're peripheral, but it's rather about inviting us to decenter our own perspective, pay less attention to some extent to state actors and to formal institutions, and more attention to those transnational, subnational, and non-state actors. So we need this decentering both at the actor level, but also in terms of the geopolitical view. So pay more attention to what happens and what are the views and policies of countries of origin and countries of transit, not just those of destination. So concluding, I want to kind of conclude with a question to be answered by my fellow panelists. So I pass the baton. So the question is, in this kind of battleground framework, and in this invite to decenter our understanding, and also in this kind of taking stock of the fact that COVID was just a kind of crisis that was bracketed out, what does visuality tell us about the nature of governance today? How do we, consider visuality in the hands of different actors? And is it all doom and gloom? Is visuality only creating polarizations, or are there ways in which visuality actually can improve governance and empower these non-state actors through both the fact that it's relatively cheap and it's very fast, and also images help us communicate across languages, because obviously, language is always both a tool but also a limitation to communicate across borders. And I think I'll leave it at that for my next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anna, for providing us with this kind of like a background, and also providing the how to theorize this battleground and the vastness. But also you talk about the decentering approach, and how to develop this kind of like multi-level governance structure, and involving state stakeholders and etc. And I think it really gives us that kind of like the overview of the problems, and also how to theorize this visual governance, etc. And I'm looking forward to the discussions, the other presentations from our presenters today. So the next one is Lynn Hansen from the University of Copenhagen. The floor is yours, Lynn.
I'm just waiting for the slide. Can you get it to be at the start? Thank you. All right, while that happens and we're looking at the screen, thank you so much for both inviting me to be here today, and also for inviting me, Alice and Anna, to be part of this project. For those of you who are not familiar with the Marie Curie Fellowship Program, I think of it as a little bit like a German thing, that there's a principal investigator who is a professor at a European university, but that's not necessarily the person who's doing the actual work. That's Alice and Anna. So I'm really delighted to be here and to be part of this conversation, but also recognize that this is sort of the setup.
It's a cooperative.
It's a cooperative, but
it's doing most of the work.
But just a little bit about where this presentation is coming from. I was challenged by Anna and Alice to present something that is not already published. So what you're getting here is part of one of the theory chapters of the book project that I have been working on for the last couple of years, simply called Images in International Security, Theory, Method, cases. So what I'll do, and hopefully that can sort of supplement, I think, quite nicely your opening talk, Anna, is to say a little bit about how can we theorize the significance of images for international politics, security politics, more broadly. And I'll make some, inroads into things that have to do with migration. And I've done a couple of articles on the visualization of different aspects of European migration with Rebecca Adlenissen and Katrina Emilia Andersen, two of my colleagues, one on the Alan Kurdi image and the significance of emotions for how images get constituted, and one where we're looking at a larger data set of images that were used by Western media to illustrate the quote-unquote migration crisis from 2013 to 2015, where we're doing both a content analysis and a visual discourse analysis and linking that to EU policies and discourses on migration. So it really kind of navigates between that sort of what's been sort of like the light humanitarianism of the EU, both articulating, a sort of humanitarian concern, but also at the same time maintaining a border control discourse, and also that the constitution of the smuggler is the main culprit, and also that it is in the best interest of migrants not to undertake those dangerous journeys in the first place. So the whole notion of tragedy is very central to that discourse. So it isn't just sort of flag the work that I have done, but since that's already been published, what I'll do here is to speak to some of the more basic theoretical suggestions that I have. So I want to start. I know that some of you have had the chance to. Another clicker, have had a chance to look at this chapter. For those of you who haven't, I use sort of a format for this book where I have an opening image for each chapter. And since this is a theory chapter, it's less obvious perhaps what image you would choose. There's a migration chapter, there's a chapter on COVID, the visualization of COVID. But the one I chose for this theory chapter, which is really about how can we theorize the constitution of subjectivity in images, and how that constitution of subjectivity gets linked to what policy should be pursued. So I chose this one, which is one of the sort of masterpieces of 20th century American painting. So I just want to get a sense of how many of you have seen that in MoMA. How many of you have seen it reproduced? So few, but not the whole room. So I chose this image because not only did it speak very powerfully to me when I saw it the first time I was in the US, actually, speaking of mobility, in '95. And I was in New York and I was trying to figure out where I would do a year of my PhD abroad. And I went to MoMA, and then I was just really mesmerized by this image. I bought the poster like many people do, and then somehow I lost it. And I forgot, actually, subliminally, I remembered it as Christina's dream rather than Christina's world. And then when I sort of returned to this image was actually because I was researching the visualization of COVID-19. And as part of that data, I was looking into political cartoons and going through like large data sets that I collected over like 3,000 cartoons. And I came across this one, which is a remediation of Andrew Wyatt's, famous painting. So I went back to Christina's world and started to sort of do some research on how this image has been constituted historically, because one of the main points of this chapter is to draw on Barthes, Roland Barthes' famous theorization of the image as always polysemic. Like there are always multiple meanings that can be brought to an image. And it turned out, I was reading there, that Christina's world was a really good example of that. It's been constituted, one, as a heroic individual struggling against adversity. And this might not speak to audiences now, but when this was painted and it was brought very quickly by MoMA and exhibited from 1949, the figure and the very skinny arms were signifying to that audience polio and the effects of that. So it became constituted as a heroic, inspirational individual struggling against, disability, which is not how we would constitute it today. And also just like as a very moving, beautiful painting. At the same time, there was also a constitution of the image within the art world, that this was a kitschy, nostalgic, conservative longing for a past that was no longer there. Right? The scene is set in Maine, and it's based on an actual human being, Christina Olsen. But the figure that's painted in the image, except for the arms, is Wyatt's young wife. So it's actually an interesting composite image where it's a sort of an ambiguity in terms of who's actually represented. And the but Wyatt's work, which was very, sort of commercially successful, was constituted by the art world, which was more into, modernism, abstraction, and so on, as a sort of conservative, backward-looking longing. And in that sense, there was an interesting contrast between that and images also that might be set in the same thing, photography in the 1930s by the sort of Foreign Security Administration photographers. So just to link in a bit to some of the most famous photos of that, Migrant Mother by Dorothea Lange, which actually then also, is migration and the Great Depression, and interesting, I think, migration within the US. Yeah. So you have that constitution of the image competing with the sort of heroic individual. And then there's the third one, which is sort of going back to, my own response to this, which is that there's a certain creepy, uncanny, sense to the image. That this is a sort of God-haunted house where it's not clear whether she's moving away from the house and terrified of what might be in there. Is there a ghost in there? Is there a potential abuser that she's escaping from? And I mean, that ambiguity and polysemicness, I think, is also one, you can bring to this cartoon. Is this a heroic individual struggling to get through the door? And the loneliness that we all, faced during COVID. So the stripping, the emptiness of the room stands in metaphorically for that. Or is this is sort of why, I was interested in it, is also we can read it as a cartoon that addresses the spike in domestic violence, an abuse that took place during COVID. And there's a fear of who's coming through the door, and she's held captured rather than heroically struggling. So these are just to sort of to give you a little kind of taste into the theoretical themes of this chapter. So the first point here is that I'm sort of what I'm setting forth both in this chapter and the larger book is what I call performative theorization of images in international security. And since this is sort of my security studies person speaking, and the concept of securitization has already been raised by Anna, we're situating this within the field of security studies, but also in terms of what are the political discourses on security and how do they evolve. Let's say sort of from the 1980s, the second Cold War, the fall of the wall, the 1990s and onwards. This is sort of that the concept of security is contested. Right? That's a generally, recognized within the field of security itself. And what the debate within security study has been, speaking with like super broad strokes here from the sort of mid-1980s and onwards, is a discussion of whether security should be widened beyond the military, which has been the traditional focus of military national security, what's called national security, which is really about the security of the state. Right? So there's a potential tension between the state and the nation, and also who qualifies as being part of the nation. So the relationship between the migrant and the nation, and who actually gets to fall in and fall out. And there's a second part, main part of it, is whether there should be what's called a deepening beyond the state. That is not just the state and the state security that should be, academically and politically in focus. So this means also, for example, that migration would come in as a distinct, issue on the agenda of kind of widening, deepening security in the 1990s, both in terms of saying, that the migrant subject is not necessarily identical to the nation, but also that the whole constitution of migration is really situated in terms of the migrant being a potential threat, but also being potentially a subject that is in need of assistance and care. So, but an opening up of the concept of security beyond national security is significant in order for, scholars to actually be able to address what's going on politically as well. So like you were saying, and the securitization also of migration after 9/11 is one where you see, there's a link also to kind of national security in that. But also that migration in itself, in coming from a European context, is also addressed as a separate security issue in discourse. The securitization of HIV/AIDS is another example if we want to kind of look at, the prehistory also to COVID-19. So the point here is then to have an opening up, that security is not tied necessarily to the military security of the state. And securitization as an analytical concept developed particularly by my colleague, Ola Beaver, becomes very successful in saying that securitization is about what happens in political discourse. How is it that something is constituted with a security nest, a need for action, a drama, emergency, and so on, but also with that, both the responsibility for politicians to do something about it, but also the legitimization of dramatic measures that will encroach, for example, on democratic understandings of what is legitimate or not. So, Guantanamo, has been a key example of a securitization that implications that people would be held, without, due access to trials and so on for years. Okay. Performative relationship between images and international security policy means that the key focus is on how images are being brought in to speak about security. So how is it, for example, that the Alan Kurdi image of the young boy who drowned in 2015 becomes constituted as an image that is significant for telling us something about migration, and the policies that are then becoming, performatively constituted as in response to that image. And the other way around, how discourses draw on images in order to make particular policies needed and legitimate. So I was reading on the news this morning, and I think like with the time difference, that this is still today, what happened, earlier today in Israel, where there was an organization of a 45 media screening for non-Israeli journalists, where they were showing, like a huge package of footage, both video and photography to the international journalists to sort of show like this is the response to this is why we're going into Gaza, right? So in that sense, that's a very striking, of course, example of how images are being brought in to be significant and linked to a particular policy. But just to give you that sense of, so this is not really a causal research agenda in terms of where you're trying to get, like see an end effect, kind of, can we see a causal impact on policy, but to look at the political work that go into linking images and policies together. Okay, so this means also, I already said that the image is polysemic, and I have very little time left. So this means also that intertextuality, intervisuality, and visual practices are then important in order to make an image speak. It is always anchored. So if you're taking, Christina's world, that painting became debated, it became constituted, it was addressed, in discourses at the time that were, assigning a particular reading to this image as either heroic struggling or as a conservative longing for a past. And this means also, and I think this is significant in terms of the theorization, that an image can always be brought to resist an anchoring. So one part of looking at this is to look at how is it that a particular meaning is being assigned to an image, so it doesn't look so polysemic. That's Freud's point, is that some images will be constituted in such a way that it looks inevitable that they would lead us to be opening the doors for refugees and migrants to come, across the Mediterranean Sea. But even if it looks like it's self-evident, it's a production of an anchoring. It's a production of a political, at the deepest sense, constitution of what that image signifies and means. And this means also that an image can be brought to mean something else. This means that both in terms of political discourses, and the Alan Kurdi image was also then used to legitimize the deal between the EU and Turkey in March of 2016. And it's like, we don't want to see other Kurdis, and that's why we're setting up this agreement. But it also means, and I think this is important in terms of like I'm addressing us all, interpolating us all as scholars, that we could also do critical work where we are wanting images to do something else. So intervene into and engage with those constitutions that are in place. Okay, I'm just gonna, this is, for those of you who are reading the chapter, you can look at the different constitutions of this image, which is a sort of, case study of how this works and the difference between this being constituted in a book by David Shields called War is Beautiful, the New York Times Pictorial Guide to the Glamour of Armed Conflict as a movie. And then I'm looking at the way in which that it's actually being constituted in the story in the New York Times from which it's drawn, which is one of criticism of how insurance policies are being sold to US soldiers that don't actually need them. All right. Very quickly, this also sort of rests on that there are three ontological assumptions about how images use security. That there is an immediacy and emotional impact, particularly when we're dealing with iconic images that become constituted as such, as speaking to us in that way. But that these are also performatively constituted. So my sort of key theoretical interest is to theorize emotions as they're part of the social constitution of meaning. This is not to say that psychological studies and looking at what happens in people's, brains and so on is not important, but that's not my contribution to this. So it's also to looking at emotional discourse and also to looking at how visual remediations can also be drawing on kind of, constituting images in a way that makes sense emotionally. So the remediations of Alan Kurdi as an angel, sleeping and so on, or an EU bureaucrat who's lying in the water and representing in the pose of Kurdi, representing the failure of the EU and how one should be responding to that. Images can circulate in ways that works cannot, and you're saying, Anna, that might heighten the conflict potential. I think it's a really important question also to ask, like you're doing, can images also do something then to decrease conflict? And in a sense, I mean, what we're looking at, and I'm speaking here as a sort of security studies expert, your main focus is when there's a crisis around images, right? That's what reaches the news, that's what happens, that would gain attention. But is there a way in which where there can be images of reconciliation? And what can they do on social media and so on? This isn't something that I have researched specifically, but I just want to, speak, on what you're saying and pointing to that. This sort of, this means also thirdly, and Kurdi is an example of that. Also, when you have images, you only have depictions of either a singular individual or a smaller number of those. You have a landscape, you have Christina lying in the field of Maine. And there's an ambiguity here in terms of having that individual needs to come to speak to a collective referent object in order for it to become like political in the sense of being tied into one of the policies that should be pursued. And there's always an ambiguity here. So a lot of the politics here resides in how that, what I call interpretive gap, is being sought closed within policy discourses. And this means also that it is also that in the image and what takes place within it also has to be connected to policy. It is sometimes said that it is inevitably that this image speaks louder than words, and it's clear what needs to be done. But that's an articulation of the image as having that capacity, rather than a policy appearing, essentially from within the image itself. So the concept of visual securitization has also been used about that. What I want to say here is that the ontological assumptions are also socially and historically situated. So these are ontological assumptions that I'm making based in the sort of what I'm looking at, more broad reading of at least in, like sort of the Western world of which I'm a part. That these sort of three make sense, at least the one, the immediacy and the circulation, but these are not like inherent, I think across time and place, universal, assumptions we can make. I think it's very important that we also, situate. So in that sense, there are ontological assumptions, but there are also ontological assumptions that are epistemologically situated, in terms of time and place. And now I will be strangled. But just for those of you who haven't read the paper, I'm then using free images that are also from migration context that were shot on April 19 in 2015 from Cusallo in Italy, and I'm using these to sort of discuss how there's a marginalization as different images are being brought to speak about the same thing, and also the politics that go into a marginalization, and that's a performative project. Sorry, that's a performative practice as well, but also one that we can try to engage with through strategies of counter, homogenization. And then finally is that in this sort of last part that I was able to present for this workshop is that I'm engaging with what I call the visibility-invisibility dichotomy, which is an important part also when you're talking about how is it that political subjectivity, how threats, dangers, and so on are being constituted as as arising from an image. And it's often sort of like, what can we see and what we can't see? And of course, it's always easier to research things we can see. But the invisible is so much an inevitable part, both of discourses on images, but also the politics around images. So I suggest reconstructing invisibility into what could have been visualized, but is not, and also sort of what is not visualized because there's nothing to see. Secondly, I'm also sort of pointing to how intertextuality and intervisuality enables one to potentially see the invisible. So, and there's some example with aftermath photography, which is both, established term in the art, but also what we're seeing now, this morning in Israel, the aftermath photography and video from Israel, or you can think of the images from Bucha last year from Ukraine. And Ariella Soule, who's one of the key leading, writers on visuality. She's interesting work where she's looking to the absence of photos of rape in Berlin in 1945, and then arguing how we can actually see the photos that there are as sites where those atrocities are taking place, right? So it's bringing a knowledge of what happens to the images and making the images do something differently, by bringing that to them. And then finally, I want to end us with the Gothic intervisuality in Christina's world. And this is not part of the chapter. There's a longer, this is a really monstrosity. I call it a super chapter. I'm not sure what the editors will say to that, but it's my book. So, so there's which I didn't get to circulate, a visual genealogy of this painting. So this is the quote that's in there, where Wyatt himself was saying, about the house that it's spidery, like crackling skeletons rotting in the attic, dry bones. It's like a tombstone to sailors lost at sea. But, so with all of this said, maybe you're looking differently at this painting now. 18 minutes ago. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for this fascinating presentation. You use a very excellent example to help us to theorize the images and the security issues, by helping us to really dive into the more discussion later on. And I would like to just move on to the next presenter, Krista Lins from Concordia University, and the floor is yours.
Thanks. So yes, my name is Krista Lines, and I'm teaching communication studies at Concordia University, and I'm Canada Research Chair in Feminist Media Studies. I live and work on the unceded lands of the Gahaga Nation in Jojaga, also known as Montreal. This is how I do it. Okay. So the paper that I shared was written when I was on sabbatical in Marseille at INERA, which was an interdisciplinary residency in Marseille, France. And one of the things that we had to do was join a seminar where we explained our research. And one of the things that happened was that I found myself not only having to explain the topic of my research, but also the methods of my research to a really interdisciplinary audience. Who wasn't really familiar with the premises of media studies analysis. And so I was in the midst of co-editing a book called Moving Images, Mediating Migration as Crisis, which was a book about the multiple different forms of mediation that went to constitute the so-called migrant crisis of 2015-16. And one of the things that my co-editors and I claimed in the introduction was that the whole field of visual culture of the migration crisis itself was kind of constituted by this balance between what we saw as forensic images and humanitarian images, and that these could in many respects be a kind of like organizing schema for understanding a lot of the visuality, of the crisis. And we meant forensic in two kind of ways. One was to try and think of it as evidentiary and like bound to different forms of data gathering, really tied to kind of positivist and scientific modes of knowledge, but also forensic in the kind of necropolitical sense that so much of the visual field was about death and dying, and that this recreated a kind of narrative of fragility, fungibility, Black Death that really organized the atmosphere of mediating migration as a crisis. And so I'm borrowing some of the languages of the forensic from Forensic Architecture, which is an amazing lab in London that does counter forensic work by taking publicly available information, often crowdsourced through social media, to highlight events that state power is trying to disguise or disavow. And so one of the things that we said was that, there's this kind of forensic and humanitarian valence that was really organizing the field of migration. But what I didn't flesh out and then began to flesh out in this paper was that, in fact, the forensic and humanitarian were kind of two sides of the same coin. And they kept flipping into each other in a very dynamic sort of way as they constituted migration as a crisis. And so the image that came forward to me of how these two poles were related is the thaumatrope, which is a Victorian parlor game where there's a piece of string and there's an image on two sides of a cardboard, and you twirl the piece of string and it creates a trick of the eye where you see both images at once, right? And so you see the woman's dying, but it's the demon that's sitting on top of the woman, or the general is returned to his clothes, or the bird is returned into the cage, right? And so it's this kind of parlor trick that allows the eye to be tricked into seeing both sides at the same time. And what it does ideologically is it returns things into their place, right? Or it tells you a cause of something. And what I argue in this paper is that, in fact, the humanitarian and the forensic are constantly flipping into each other. And as they're flipping into each other, they're training you to see each side through the lens of the other as well. And that has a really important political effect on how one understands subjectivity, migration, how one frames a kind of ethical response. And so one of the things that I do in the paper is I talk about this New York Times article where you're constantly vacillating between these pictures of migrants and these maps and these borders. And as you move through the thing, the scroll through the article, and I give a link to it in the paper, you're being trained to see this kind of thaumatropic twirling and being asked to read one thing in relationship to the other. And so we've talked about the Ellen Kurdi image, which was likened to these other iconic images of the migrant mother, as Lena was saying, the napalm girl, the starving child. But the thing that for me and my co-editors actually, that was so striking was how quickly the image was called iconic, right? Almost instantly. And how quickly its iconicity became what it meant, less than its image, right? And, oh no, I have to advance on this. And so it isn't, in fact, that the image was iconic, but that the image's iconicity made it into data, made it into a kind of forensic object that then circulated through social media circuits. And so this lab in the UK did a whole series of tracings of how the image got tweeted, what were the sources where it got tweeted, how it proliferated, who were the actors that actually led to it becoming a kind of canonical, iconic image, and then how did it begin to change the search terms that emerged on Google, how did it shape public sentiment. The image already became this kind of traveling object within social media circuits, and what it began to reference was its own proliferation rather than the tragedy that was unfolding in the image. And I think that makes it really distinct from the other iconic images like the migrant mother, insofar as it so quickly came to represent its own capacity to represent, right? And so that's this kind of flipping of the humanitarian into the forensic, this moving of the iconic image into data and training us to begin to see it through its proliferation and its velocity, rather than seeing it through the kind of image that's depicted there. And so then the rest of the article is really doing the reverse, which is saying that if our press photographic images become data so quickly and circulate that quickly, our data also becomes images really quickly, right? And so one of the things that happened during the so-called migration crisis was how much data became data visualization, and that we needed to see the social phenomenon through these kinds of data visualizations that were very often tied to maps of the world. And so that's why this article
Very
is called
familiar.
How the World is Not a
For
Map,
years.
right? How the World is Not a Map. That these became the topologies of the migrant crisis itself, and how compelling the images that circulated, many of them coming from parastate agencies, security agencies, UNHCR, Frontex, other kinds of agencies, like gathered the data that then became these kind of massive data visualizations that appeared on NGO websites, appeared in the press, appeared in campaigns, and just kind of proliferated this particular optics of like arrows driving towards Europe, and recreated a kind of affective sensibility of hordes, of flows, right? And naturalized that through anchoring it geographically and geopolitically to the map of Europe. And at the same time, maybe we can play this. This is a video actually to click. There were a number of labs. Oh.
It's head over to.
There were a number of labs that began to take this data visualization and create these dynamic maps. So this is a map that's created by a group called Lucify, where they just took like spreadsheets of data, and each point represents a certain number of migrants, and then animated over time. So at the top, you can see the timeline, and the timeline's obviously going to get very acute as you move forward. And then they're gathering source data from different countries and flowing it to parts of mostly Germany, France, the UK. And what the data points begin to do, if you see it as it's going up, is create these little bar graphs that emerge on each country, and that tells you where the populations are coming from, right? So it's this sort of dynamic visualization of the shifts in migration over time, and particularly the visual effect of it is the ways in which a flow emerges and gets kind of cataclysmic in 2015 with the Syrian refugee crisis, right? But the affective quality of this is like buzzing hordes, insects, right? It really creates these xenophobic and incredibly emotionally charged relationships with the data, and anchors it to the world map in a particular way that really creates a kind of indexical ground for it, when in fact this is data visualization in the same way that like PET scans are data visualization, right? It doesn't represent the brain, it's mapping data into a visual form. This is mapping data into a visual form. And it gives you the impression that in fact this is the way in which migrant flows move, when of course they don't move this way. It's an abstraction. It's just from the center of one country to the center of the other country, which is the data that's been gathered, which tells you nothing about the actual processes of migration and everything about the way the data is constituted and the way it continues to problematize movement as a problem, I think, of security, as you're mentioning. And so it's an abstraction, and maybe we can move to the next one just in the interests of time. And I might skip the next slide too. We'll skip that one so that I can go to, skip that one. Yeah, and just by contrast, I wanted to show this chart, which was positive asylum decisions by country of origin, just to talk about the visual rhetorics of it, how much we get used to seeing things as maps. And the maps kind of tell us something about the world and tell us something about what's in a state of crisis. and how much this map with like by country of origin, how likely you would be successful in making an assignment claim in different countries, has this kind of effervescent metaphor, right, of like bubbles moving up, and how the effervescence of this map contrasts the necropolitical images of drowning and death and overcrowded boats, right? So it just gives us this alternative that allows us to see how we're normalizing the map as an instrument for thinking about migration and these flows as a way of trying to understand it, and how critical the visualization, the iconicity of the maps are to the forensic work that the data is doing. Right, I have it. I get it. And so I wanted to end by showing some of the activist and artistic responses to it that I think are counter-forensic, which actually take up this tangle of the forensic and humanitarian and turn it on its head. And so this is United's list, right, of people who have died, documented deaths of refugees and migrants due to the restrictive policies of Fortress Europe. So it's an activist document. It lists the person, if they have a name, it lists their name, their region of origin, where they got the data, and the cause of death. And the cause of death is not only drowned, but it may be someone was killed crossing a railroad track, or they were killed in a detention center, or they committed suicide. All of these are results of Fortress Europe's policies, and even though it's a list, they refuse to anonymize anyone, right? They give you the name of the person, they give you the cause of death, and they print it as a PDF with a numbered pages, so you actually see the weight of the document. This is 48 pages of people who have died because of the policies of Fortress Europe. So it's data, but it's data that refuses that kind of forensic gaze. At the same time, if we could play this one too, maybe without sound. Is it possible to do it without sound?
Sure.
Thanks. This is a project by the artist Bushra Khalili, and what she does is she interviews a number of people about their trajectory, and she uses these maps, and each map is a different map actually, so they're color coded differently, and the person is given a felt marker. And they tell the story of where they go by drawing on the map. And what you end up seeing is this long narration of the struggles of movement and how difficult it is, and how there are retrenchments and people just hover over a place for years, talking about how they can't move, and then they go back and then they go forward. And in seeing these kinds of narrations, and these narrations anchored to space in this way, it defamiliarizes our sense of the kind of map as data, the map as the anchor for a narrative of flow that's fundamentally about curbing flow, shoring up borders and boundaries. I'm going to, if I can, move into the next slide. It's the last one. Yeah, and the use of narration and hand-drawn images as well that tell the story of space through mnemonics and memory, right? So instead of anchoring it to a geopolitical territory, you anchor it to the felt experience of moving through space, where certain things become more important than others. And so this is a collaboration with asylum seekers in a camp in Serbia, where people narrate and then draw out their trajectory. And this, I think, also disrupts that kind of thaumatropic movement between images and data that really work in very politically repressive ways to constitute the fact of migration as a crisis. And that's what I'm arguing in this paper, and I leave it there.
For some of the very innovative methodological approaches to explore all these issues, and looking forward to the discussion after all the presentation. But last but not least, Ali, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm kind of scared to be the last one presenting in this very interesting panel, but I'm happy because I think the previous presentation really give the sense of what I'm trying to do. and basically trying to theorize the role of all these images created and then produced and diffused by different actors, playing at different levels of governance, can play a role in migration governance. This is part of my project, so bear with me. This is hopefully gonna be the conclusion of my project, so it's not as strong as I would want it, but I'm trying to get there. I think it's important that we reflect on this because, of course, as we have talked about the attention to images in international politics now, it's almost a given, and the fact that we are dealing in a social media context in which images circulate so fast and they can be consumed by people ideally everywhere, make them important to give attention to. And but also we have some traditional methodological approaches, at least in IR, that are still quite limited. Lina is one of the first, but in IR, the attention to image has been quite not, there's something to do. And I think that the need for a new theoretical approach, it's needed to enable us to consider different layers of governance. We usually look at migration governance through policies and practices, but images in the context we're talking about and representation are very powerful in shaping the discourse, so we cannot not consider them. And also to include all actors. As Kirsta was showing, there's not only the media or government institution producing images, there are artists, there are activists. This whole new actors needs to be taken into account, and the power of these actors to shape the discourse. And finally, to keep in mind that, of course, it's a performative, you mentioned performative process, but also interactive process, like images constitute migration governance, and migration governance gives back images. So this is a back and forth continuous relationship that we need to consider. So I'll go quickly through what has been said so far, images in international politics, what we know in the discipline, to discuss a little bit about the new digital public sphere. Anna mentioned the transnational digital public sphere. I think it's very to the point, and how I would like to connect all these dots in this new proposed framework. The idea that image can have an impact on foreign policy, international politics is quite old. And already in the 90s, with the CNN effect, some scholars were trying to understand if there's a direct link. Probably there's not. Their conclusion was that there may be an effect when policies are already under discussion to accelerate the decision-making or to activate a decision that was already debated, but not to create foreign policy outcome per se. At the same time, some in international relations, the attention to the image made us understand that the importance of the distance between what is represented and the image itself. It's probably the location of politics, and there's something that needs to be investigated there. And there is where a lot of emerging scholarship on iconic images with the work of Line has progressed this idea and the role of emotion in on international politics. There are also scholars that have found a direct link between images and politics with the image of Curie published, and they have shown a direct link with the outcome of the Canadian elections in 2015. So here in Canada, when I presented my project, people were, yes, absolutely, because that connection was felt very strongly, while in Europe, we are not so sure that it had really a policy impact, although it was, of course, very important in shaping the debate. And all this, why it's important? It's important because images are now everywhere. They can be, the communication sphere, as the digital communication sphere, has opened new avenues of possibility. It has taken out the role of the intermediaries, these elites that were usually intermediating between who produces images and the users of these images, and has been used by all actors, of course, actors at the macro level, so government institution, through their personal or institutional accounts. At the meso level, NGOs and international organizations that say that the digital communication sphere has been a game-changing opportunity, because for advocacy, for their transformational, social transformational mandate, has been like a way to be able to participate in a much more empowering way than before. But maybe something that we didn't theorize yet too much is the role of micro level actors in shaping this debate. So activists, artists, influencers, citizen journalists. I mean, there's a variety of actors that we can consider at the micro level that at a certain point became able to talk to a really wide audience, and through images be understood quite widely. And why I think this is important when we talk about migration governance is because, based on many important studies on migration governance, we know that, of course, there's different ways in which governance is performed, but those are not only the laws, but of course the practices at the border, the practices in the sea, but also the representation, and the fact that all actors have a way now to participate in this representation means that we have to pay attention to these different actors playing in what Anna defined a battleground. And it makes sense also from a communicative perspective, where many actors have different, not agenda, but different perspectives. And in this battleground, everyone is fighting for attention. So what I suggest is connecting the dots between these strands of scholarship. First of all, acknowledging that representation are one of the performative layers of migration governance, that it's really important to be studied alongside the more traditional one of the rules, the practices, and the policies. And that in this in the study of representation in migration governance, we have to pay attention to all the different actors and the way all different actors use images or react to images, or how these different layers play together in shaping the discourse. And of course, always keeping in mind that this is an iterative process, and we can, like, the discourse then shapes the governance, and then the governance shapes the discourse, and it continues to go in a circle like that, but with many more actors and many more ways. So the way this transnational digital public sphere became more inclusive, I think it also, like, our theoretical approach and methodological approach needs to be more inclusive and try to integrate these aspects. Thank you.
So much for the 4 presenters. Very insightful and inspiring presentations from your work, and looking forward to Lynn's book. When will that be published?
Well, it's under review, so
Okay.
yeah, we'll,
Okay.
yeah.
Fingers crossed. Looking forward to reading your new book. I would like to just open to the floor and just maybe do a first round of Q&As, and we might collect 3 to 5 questions from the in-person audience, and then we go to the online audience, and then we take second round of Q&As. How about that? Okay, so questions? Yes?
On the topic of citizen journalism.
Perhaps introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Daria, I'm just attending and maybe a little bit theorizing securitization of spaces. So in terms of actually finishing this, the last line of theoretical and methodological approach needs to be more intuitive. So that's in mind, but on the topic of citizen journalism, high mobility narratives and the recent discussion introduced, I don't know how many of you follow Musk on Twitter, but in a cowboy hat, he posed the notion of citizen journalism as a valid form of communication. And I don't know where you are on the question of Musk to begin with. So a central posed question by me here is whether it becomes more democratic or more of a perfect political mud to mold. I personally tend to question, and professionally, discursive abilities and performative abilities and susceptibility to narratives, definitely with consideration for emotional and other outlined communicated appeals. However, also this understanding of multiculturalism and democracy as today, layered between the notion of state and the concept of the citizen, the state security, even beyond the migrant discourse, while everything is about migration, but migration happens into somewhere, a certain political interpretation and public interpretation, connecting the rule of the public in a new way, in other words, mindful of security mechanisms. So once again, are we looking at more multiculturalism, more democracy, or more of a mess to work to work with various political interests? That would be my question.
Okay, so maybe we take the questions first, and then we open up,
take a Q&A.
yeah, to the presenters to address question by question. Okay, thank you. Anyone from the floor? Yes.
I just wanted to build on this previous comment, and it was very interesting to see, to hear more about the theorization and kind of understand the underbelly of some of this and how possible it is to manipulate as well. So, and like as academics working in the area, there's a different kind of interest that I would see more as, what I wouldn't call in a negative way vested interest, because we're trying to, build knowledge, trying to understand, theorize, analyze, and all of that. But the fact is that it's such an open field here, with all kind of misinformation and disinformation proliferating, and the ability of all kinds of actors to be in the playing field. So I was just wondering, kind of just putting that out there in terms of how does theorizing kind of address that? Is there a way that there can be very deliberate attention and kind of regulation and management, and again that falls under governance. So I don't know if I don't even know if it's a question, but I just wanted to put it out there.
Yeah. You want the question at the back, and then the gentleman here, and then the last question. Yeah.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I'm Odessa Benson from the University of Michigan. It's 4 hours away. And my question, I guess, is about the intentionality or like the actor, or I guess in this case, it's the imagist or the artist, and the role, because I think that that's except for the last presentation where you point out the actual actors in terms of individuals. So I think, given especially like we talk about the images, but not really the images, and especially with the first one about polysemic and the connotation and like the intentionality of the artist in this work, and how do we locate them and having intention on what's seen, and also how the uptake of it is. And in the latter one, you consider the individual, but I guess against the institution. But so what role is then for yours does the individual play against the institution, specifically the media, like the editors, the whole industry? And presenting these images.
Thank you.
Just to start off, fantastic presentations from everyone. This was really enlightening. My name is Sunny Dillon. I'm from King's College London. I'm a PhD candidate there, and I'm also working on digital and visual accountability for Frontex. And we heard a lot about the power of pictures and Roland Barthes' work on punctum and dictum and the pictures that pierce us. But I think, Christina, you got into this, but I want to hear from each of you, kind of like Mitchell Fried's criticism of that, which is, what do pictures desire? And he views it as like, pictures are so superfluous or everywhere, and we should be asking ourselves more that, they're actually quite insecure and they don't actually have too much power over us. So when you're looking at these images, what are the things that you see that they desire from you, or that the migration images are desiring from other people, policymakers or designers? What are your thoughts on Mitchell Fried's criticism or critique?
Thank you. So maybe the last question for the first round. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for the insightful presentations. My question is.
How do you introduce yourself?
Oh, my name is Hari. I'm a research fellow at CERC. Learning is my question. So you talk about the power of the images, the constitutive power of the images that are constituted, as well at the same time, they also have the constituting power, if I got it correctly. So I wonder, by the time, these visuals, these images, can perform, if they can perform at all. So there will have been a lot of damage already caused to the individuals. So it would be, what would you, I wonder if you'd have any comment on this. They are very powerful images. Right? They can constitute and change the rules of performativity in popular performance and performativity, or Ferdinand de Saussure, he in linguistics, he talks about the lung and the parole, the particular individual performance and the rules of the game. So if the images have the power to change or modify the rules of the game, so by that time it would have been already too late. So I would appreciate if you or anyone in the panel could comment. And another question, if I can ask.
Maybe save for the next round.
Oh.
Is that okay? Because we have already 5 very in-depth questions waiting for us for discussion. Thank you. So maybe the first question about understanding of multiculturalism, democracy, and security, maybe open to the floor, and or anyone wanna,
Yeah, no, I think nearly all of the questions are about agency, and it was the question that was coming to me as well as I heard the presentations. Because so in a way I want to reply by a question also to your, well, first of all, Daria, I didn't know that Elon Musk is predicated citizen journalist. I don't follow him and I don't think very positively of him, but I do think positively about citizen journalism. In the sense that he has opened up, like all these digital technologies, it has made, I call it has proletarianized, our capacity of interjecting something into the discourse. At the same time, the discourse has become so expanded, so huge that we don't know who is listening, who is reading. So before, like we were all reading the newspapers, then we were reading the online news sites, but now who is listening, reading to me by Twitter or Facebook something, or whatever, or WeChat something? We don't know, but it has become an area of research. But I do think it is important. I think all things taken into account, citizen journalism is an empowering factor, not a disempowering factor. But of course, but this brings me to the broader question that I think you all raised about agency and who is behind the image. And I was asking myself that, particularly in relation to the Sustini image that I'm also familiar with. Actually, first of all, I did not know it was a photographer. I have always thought it was a drone that took this picture, because to me that was a drone. And it raises actually, it raises my hair to think that there was someone on a military helicopter, so an Italian Navy helicopter, calling these people for their attention. Because what we know from this dinghies actually drowning, capsizing, is if all people moved like this, it could be the dinghy capsize. So it poses for me a question about the ethics of this photographer, which I feel he tries to make out when, and I wasn't aware also of his project, that like, where are you people? Can I show you in your new lives if you have new lives? I wonder whether he had this reflection, which however begs the question, who is behind the image? And with the image, I think we should understand, and I think you all theorized about it, it's not just the image like this as an image, but it's a photographer, it's the text writer next to the image, it's the editor or the curator, it's the medium that decides to move it. And if you want, in that sense, also what agency do we give to social media like now, Twitter/X or Facebook, to the more or less governance that they do, or securitization, if you want, that they do, and whether they allow, I mean, all images to go, or they exercise some filtering. And just full disclosure, I'm in favor of filtering. But my so really, I think this is a very good question that is more a subject of research rather than we can give a simple answer. But my reflection is also that we need to understand how this is changing. This has changed since Barth wrote, because when Barth wrote, with like, probably they had television, I believe, and radio, but they didn't have anything else. And even paper, I mean, I still remember when I lived in Brussels, we would go to the kiosk and buy the newspaper from Italy. And actually it was already a technological advancement that apparently the PDF of Corriere della Sera was mailed like that early morning, or the night, I believe the night before, to a local print shop. And actually it was a thinner version of the actual Italian newspaper that you would get in Brussels. And you would only get that in cities that had a large audience that was buying in this newspaper, because elsewhere you had to rely on the plane bringing in the actual newspaper, but you would wait for it. I know, I mean, I think some other people in the room are as old as me to remember that, and how we've forgotten now all about it. So there is something that has changed in terms of who was the photographer, and I think you had a really nice collection, both of you, of these iconic images that we can all recognize, that are also terrible in many ways. And but the landscape within which they were happening, so the migrant mother or the child in, I think it is in Biafra, with the bird, were happening in a totally different communicative environment. So how do we make sense of that? I mean, so I think still I'm answering more with a question than with an answer, but I think it's a very good point about the agency, which in a way brings me to also, Alicia, what you argued, because I would like to counter argue that images are the discourse, like they are part of the discourse, they're not outside the discourse. And then maybe we need to, and I think you both reflected on how the discourse is intermodal.
Anyone would like to add on to it?
Do you want something directly to you from Anna, or should I?
In relation to the Sicilian image?
I think we should all reflect a little bit on.
But I mean, I can speak for like a half hour now.
Yeah.
Well, what am I to starting with the question of citizen journalism and disinformation and so on and so forth. But that for me is really important in terms of the policy. So let's like, what is it? The politics of the epistemological. Right? So not just the black, but that's the next long chapter of the book. And because I mean, that's, you know, this is what I talked about. This is sort of the politics that, that sits on the constitution of, subjectivity, so on and so on in images, but an equally important part of the politics is what are the epistemological assumptions about what images do? right? So in terms of photography, I mean, there's like almost from the birth of photography, the whole thing, is photography manipulated? The sort of famous photographs from the Crimean War with Clinton, anyway, he was moving, bullets around to get a more aesthetically pleasing image. Is that a manipulation, and so on and so forth? So that whole kind of question of what constitutes an appropriate intervention into a scene, and also what constitutes an appropriate intervention into the physical negative and with digital photography is itself something that's, it's both part of the medium, but it's also something that, it's like I'm interested in studying at the level of the politics around it, put very simply. So in that sense, the current, very, important political, focus on misinformation, disinformation, particularly in terms of the visual, is also part of constituting the broader epistemological foundations for, all this stuff. So one of the things that, so citizen journalism, when you're speaking about that, I mean, sort of, I'm not saying that that's the first, but the first time I sort of recognized that term coming in and being actively used also in academic work, I think was around the images of Neda, the Iranian woman, the young woman who died in the demonstrations in 2009. Which was also, which both the video, but it was still from the video that were, more, both the short video and the still were circulated. Thinking of citizen journalism, of the footage, citizen video coming out from Wuhan, in China very early in the pandemic, with doors being bolted, and the kind of, the attention that those that drew, citizen journalism being, I can't remember their names, but there were some, like were covered in Western media and so on. So, I mean, that's a particular, citizen and journalism, in a sense. There's a kind of, there's a professional journalism would be a guarantee for a certain set of norms around how, news is being produced. So when you get citizen in there, something happens to that understanding of that genre. I think one of the things that is interesting, I think, about this to me is because I followed this for sort of 20 years, and with a focus also on the discussions of the coverage of the Iraq War. And the Iraq War happened really sort of to coincide with the really the widespread use of digital photojournalism. And the sort of, it's often said, now, professional photojournalism is going to disappear because you could just have people go out and take photos, and you don't have to, pay for having, professionals go into the field and so on. I think looking at the sort of 20 years of those, in particular, looking at how the war in Ukraine has been covered, I think that there's also ways in which you're seeing, the high name photographers like Tyler Hicks that I was showing here, going Lincia Dario, Ron Habib, which are another big names that are being, they're going in and covering Ukraine. And in some ways, I think the professional photojournalist who has an established name has actually got some epistemological power back, precisely because of the misinformation and disinformation and so on. So something happens here with the personal, authority and legitimacy of those people become a way in which that grants capital to the photos that they're producing. So I'm just saying, like, this is sort of like, but this is the point, is to study this, right? The point is to study the way in which that these epistemological, assumptions, understandings, and so on are themselves part of the politics and the visual governance of in this case, migration, but also more broadly, war. And there's also one of the interesting thing I think is also here is when that contract breaks down. So I remember some years back, Curie, and that's also something I deal in the next chapter, who'd shot, Afghan girl, like that sort of famous photograph, which is also a photograph of, migration. And he was sort of caught very out and having, went into and moved objects out of his photos to make them more aesthetically pleasing. So one was, there was a sort of, like, there was a telephone pole. I think it was a shot from India, and then that was erased. And then he was just like, well, I'm not a photojournalist anymore. I'm a visual storyteller. And then other photojournalists is like, well, that's really not how you're seen in the public. So, but that's something that's interesting to study. Like, in a sense, you could say, he was showing how it's possible to manipulate right? But the responses, and he was held accountable, to conventional standards of photojournalism, still also sort of signifies that they also have some purchase, like they're also being reproduced and practiced and so on. If I can just say that sort of in terms of what you're saying, Anna, about, the changes in the media landscape and so on, absolutely. And I think that that's also why it's important to really to see how, these, how these practices and also how, the epistemological constitution of images also change. So in addition to what you're saying, I mean, and that's one of, I feel like I'm talking about this too, but that's when you've written on something for like years, Susan Sontag in her famous work on photography, and how she was saying still in 2003 in regarding the pains of others, the last book that was published before she died, and she's saying the photograph has a purchase on crystallizing meaning and making an impact that video does not. And I think that has changed, like with the sort of with the short videos, so an example of that is, short videos of people hanging on to the departing planes, from Kabul from 2 years ago. So I think in that sense it changes, right? So media sensibility changes among audiences as well, because it's not the image itself that's standing like independently from all of the sociological and so on practices going on around them. When people become used to seeing these short videos, they become a different kind of cultural, social, political, object that is engaged with differently. So I think in that sense, I think that there's some things that, still like from some of the classical works in terms of like still helpful, but obviously these things need to be theorized as well. I think in terms of what you're saying about intentionality, because I think it comes into this as well, because the question of intentionality situates the image producer, right, as a subject, on the field in its own right. And I think that that's, I think that that's also, it's also part of this whole, like, what are the, that is also part of the constitution of this, and that we would ask about the intentionality of an artist is itself also a historical, situated, constitution of that figure. Whereas I've just been reading recently about Italian Renaissance painting, where painters were commissioned, to execute certain things, and so on. So just in terms of the sort of the differences in terms of that, and are sometimes there's an expectation that the artist should be able to explain their work. I watched a video of Leonora Carrington, who was a famous surrealist painter, very late in her life, and it was a distant niece who found her from the UK, and Carrington was in Mexico, where she'd lived since World War II, and she's trying to get Leonora Carrington to explain the meaning of her painting, and she gets really kind of annoyed, and she's like, you're trying to intellectualize things. You should feel the painting, which is of course also sort of an interesting thing to say, because these, her paintings are extremely, like a lot of surrealism, extremely like intellectual in that sense. But just to sort of say that whole notion about the intentionality of the artist as something that is important or that's something that quote unquote, we could ask for, I think is itself interesting. I'm thinking about A Weiwei, right, which would be a really, probably the most sort of prominent, refugee artist, big name kind of, and he does a lot of work outside of his, of his actual performances and installations to talk about things, right? So I think that that's just sort of a reflection on, I think that that's how that sort of fits into that. Arts and the piercing and so on, which is camera lucida, and I mean, images have power and so on. I think that there is to me, it's the question is maybe it comes in for me a little bit differently than whether the image has power or not. And here I'm feeling like, even though in my own sort of, disciplinary environment of political science, I'm seen like as a very, like sort of
weird person.
And so, but I think that there is the sort of that the starting point for me is always, what is the political constitution of something, of text, of images, of architecture, of something. And in that sense, it's about how the image is being made to say certain things, rather than whether in the abstract the image has power or not. And it just does a little bit in terms of, how it comes into a theorization. It comes into a larger theorization of the politics of representation. And which means also that on the question of whether the image desires something of us, I think for me, it's maybe more like, what is the desire that's brought to the image? But also as part of critical analysis, how is it that both artists engage critically, but also how can you engage, in a deconstruction, of the visuals that that are reconstituted in a particular way. So very briefly, so like, how do you do a counter homogenization, right? When very different images, refugees are being brought, or migrants are being brought to speak about the same thing. So yes, but just finally on the sort of, since you're bringing up camera lucida and parts, which is one of the things that I really love, and he has the sort of the notion of the punctum, which is something in an image that speaks to you, that there's a prick, there's a hole, that does something. But the way I read, his work is also that it is his writing that enables us to see that individualized impact that the image has on him. So in that sense, it also becomes a writing to the image. Like you're enabling others to see what you see in an image, and similarly how he does. And I know there are different ways of reading him, but for the sort of performative theorization that I'm working with, I think that that's the reading that enables me to to foreground that.
Perhaps Krista and Alice can also comment on some of the questions you would prefer to answer.
Yeah. I think I'll just foreground some of my responses to all of the questions by saying, this question of visual governance is really interesting and important, but I think that in media studies is also this kind of displacing of not the whole binary of visibility and invisibility, because there are things that are not visible, but not because there aren't images of them, but because they operate according to different processes. So there's a lot of work on forms of mediation that never enter into image worlds, that may be biometric data surveillance, like the fact that people aren't taking passport pictures anymore. They're taking fingerprints and they are doing biometric surveillance. And there's never, there's a whole kind of visual regime around like the disciplining of identity through imaging and the work of images as this kind of indexical medium that works to regulate and position people in society. And then you're like, oh, none of the people who are doing border security are even using images, and the images aren't even where they're doing what they're doing. There's all these mediating apparatuses that never get into the field of the visual, right? So I think that influences some of the things that some of my responses here, which is that, in terms of citizen journalism, on the one hand, there's a lot of citizen journalism that never makes it into the field of the public, but yet are forms of images that circulate within networks of migrants who show their families and their loved ones that they've arrived on shore, or where there's a place to get a new SIM card, or where there's a bus station that will take you to whatever. But that's not within the field of the kind of visual regime of the migrant crisis, and yet it's the visual mobilization of citizen journalism for your compatriots to give them a hand and to help guide people in moving from one place to another. And for researchers, it's really hard because we never, except for unless you're working on the ground and you have the privilege of someone showing you their cell phone and the images that are collected there, and gives you the permission to write about them and use them, it's quite opaque. So what we get are the things that enter into public space, are placed in public space for particularly motivated reasons. And those circuits become really important to think about. And so my friend and colleague Veronica Zablotsky writes a lot about the fact that, in fact, migrant selfies became this problematic site where migrants taking selfies already made them undeserving of refugee status, because if they're taking selfies and they're not, suffering poor, they're maybe economic migrants, then maybe they're not, the deserving people we should be welcoming with open arms. So even the capacity to self-represent became a site of suspicion for people who are arriving on the shores. And I think a lot of really important work has been done within critical critical race studies and Black studies around citizen journalism of police violence, where there's this really open question about who's taking the picture, what trauma is that inflicting on the person, for whom is that picture being taken, and what effect does it have to have that image of violence circulate as a threat for other people in social media in ways that are beyond the context, right? So I think when we're thinking about citizen journalism, we need to think on the one hand about the costs of it, the process of it, and the results of it, and that these are different paradigms, actually, if we're thinking about how images enter into the public sphere from below and at what cost and to what effect, because people who are victims of police violence or survivors of police violence who have to scroll through a social media feed where autoplay videos come and show threats of violence are re-traumatized by those images and don't need to know that there's police violence out there, right? And so we need to think about the kinds of digital commons within which these kinds of images of death and violence circulate. I also think there's a lot of citizen journalism that isn't about the production of images. And so I'm thinking about things like the Strategies of Alarm Phone, right? Which is a citizen initiative to create a place where migrants in distress can call and have someone say, we're on it, we're going to try and contact all of the rescue agencies and demand accountability, right? That's a form of citizen journalism. It doesn't enter into the public sphere. It's often posted on Twitter. The alarm phone will post that there's a distress call, and they mobilize in public space in really important ways, but it's never about depicting kind of iconic images of migration. They're mediating infrastructures for dealing with abandonment at sea, and I think those are really important sites for our attention. And I guess this also gets to this question of academic knowledge versus this open field of misinformation, which is, I'm really taken by the studies within affect theory and media to think about the ways in which images circulate, and in their circulation bind communities together through a kind of affective politics. And so it's much less about, you know, what is this image of, how is it truthful, who's made it, is it accurate, then how does it circulate and who with it, for whom, and how does it position people as a collective through really affective politics. And so Sarah Ahmed talks about the ways in which white supremacist organizations use these very coded languages of love rather than hate, for instance, but then circulate a set of images that reconstitute this kind of collective surface of identity that displaces hate in the name of love, right? And she says those are not emotions that are felt as a kind of interior, they're felt on the surface of the body, they're felt on the surface of a collective body as they move and constitute people who like them, share them, save them, screenshot them, engage them in particular kinds of ways. And I'm also really compelled by Vishnupriya Ghosh's work on the global icon, which is specifically the affective force of how images become iconic in and through people sharing them, printing them, distribute them, and she calls them apertures to the popular because they have this kind of capacity to open up. And so she's looking at like Mother Teresa and Arundhati Roy and like these figures in Indian culture that become these kind of apertures to popular affects and do this sort of a political work. And so, and then the last thing I'll say, well, maybe one of two things I'll say is, one is that this question of intentionality is, I think, in so many ways displaced by algorithmic bias, which is like, there's no control, the kind of authority and authorship is so displaced by the mechanisms in and through which things move and get filtered, and the ways in which people creatively try and bypass that by taking pictures of text and you know, rewriting things in different kinds of ways. So it's this kind of mobile field of like trying to make things visible, has things scooping out and falling into abandonment. that we have to think about these larger structures that actually organize our visual field for us in ways that have nothing to do with the intentionality of individuals or artists or what is seen. And they have infrastructural effects that are within social media, but also within institutions like museums that will, show Ai Weiwei's work or Bushra Khalili's work or others. And so I'm actually really compelled by this idea of what do pictures desire, because I think it displaces that kind of like, what do we desire in pictures? No, how do they move? And in moving, they kind of create these patterns of desire that collect people together in communities of affect around particular images that become really potent is, I think, a really interesting question to ask, specifically for these micro political actors who are engaging in this flow of media that's constituting crises in our midst, as we see right now with what's happening in Gaza. Right?
Yeah, I think also on the question of intentionality, I think exactly because of the polysemic value of images, even when intentionality is important, then they get into a space and we lose control. So it's super important and it has to be taken into account, especially when we look at migration governance dynamics. But then they get completely disconnected sometimes. And actually what my research so far has highlighted is that most of the time, even when there's a strong intentionality of actors, like in government institution, where you suppose they have like an agency mandate, there's a disconnection between the policy, the textual policy level and the visual level that is probably due also to the tool. So I think this is super important. And for especially migration governance, what you were saying about the forms of mediation that are invisible, absolutely. And that's why all the attention to the visuality has to go hand in hand with attention to invisibility or absence. And that is something that also I think it's extremely important. It's of course even more methodologically challenging because it's something you cannot see, but I think that at least in what I'm reading and some colleagues have put, like, there's this awareness of trying to make sense of also what gets out of the picture, what we never get to see. And I think I'll stop here.
Okay, thank you so much. How about we move to the online questions? Over to you, Linus.
So we have a couple of questions on the role of artists in migration governance addressed to all speakers. Can we speak of artists as participants in migration governance, or do they only create images? And can you speak more about how many artists use art and images to portray migration in a profound way? This includes using social media as a collective way to share art. Another question addresses the increasing divide between the images shown in traditional media and social media. Traditional media tends to filter out intensely disturbing visual images, while social media tends to result in the most disturbing images going viral. Add to that now the possibility of AI created images for political purposes. So what do you think the implications are given knowing that the very different users of traditional and social media are taken into account? There's a specific question for Krista and Len. Any thoughts about how to best visualize or represent undocumented migrants? What are the challenges of representing this phenomenon? And one question to Anna. You mentioned the link between migration and globalization. What about the weaponization of migration in the course of deglobalization? Is it something you consider in your analysis? And is this link going to increase going forward?
Because we took a long time to give reactions, I think it would be good to take some more from here and
Take
then.
some question from the back here.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
I just want to.
Introduce yourself.
Oh, hi, everyone. My name is Christian Hui. I am a CI HR and scholar at the Policy Studies program, and also have taken part in various creative projects, research and migration. My question is just really maybe contextualizing what's been happening with the Gaza genocide, and there's been a lot of AI images that's generated, this information abound, possibly, I guess contested debates on social media. And I really appreciated, like you speakers talking about intentionality and, I guess, sorry, I forgot your name.
Alicia.
Alicia, like you talked, I think you also spoke about the messiness of migration. And, my question is, because I'm an activist and really action oriented, right? I see a lot of these images, some of them are extremely graphic, but, I felt as a citizen, I need to share them so that, others can actually see them. But at the same time, is how can we move beyond this like social media bubble? And, like politics has always been partisan, or it can be multi-partisan. But, with, I also see the community on the ground, be it people, within conflict zones, or, people that are living in the diaspora, really working, trying to shift that narrative, right? Of, I guess, in the frame of truth telling, and trying to pressure, governments or, multilateral institutions or the media. I guess my question is really just a little more vague in general. Is like, how can we use some of these theoretical models, or can we plan on having some more like a framework so that we can guide, be it academics or communities as partners to further action?
Thank you.
My question is kind of related to yours. Sorry, my name is Shabini. I work with Citizens for Public Justice, overseeing the migrant refugee rights policy area. And basically my question is, you guys sort of talk about like algorithmic bias, the almost sort of like bubbles that we're kind of pushed into on social media, which I think creates not just one main discourse, but multiple discourses. And so we see how different images can reinforce those discourses can reinforce those images. And so we have like a very wide range of interpretations of one particular image. And so I guess my question is, with regards to the images that become iconized and are able to create these mass mobilizations to completely shift a discourse and to unify a discourse, what is it about the political environment surrounding those images that cause those mobilizations? Because, at a policy level, there is, like for different advocacy groups, you kind of just end up remaining within those specific bubbles. Like whatever CPJ sort of advocates for, the people within that, like our coalition we all agree with the same thing, and then the opposition, we just become further and further polarized. So what is it about iconized images that kind of mobilize people across the issues?
Okay, so how about we turn it back to our presenters and just address the questions. Anyone want me to start? Yeah, or maybe Alice can start. Would you like to?
Where to start? First of all, the role of artists, it was a question online, I think is super important, and just to acknowledge, of course, they are participants. Art is as often being considered, especially in literature, the avant-garde in trying to change some narratives. And I think we have seen this in many fields. In migration, I think it's more complicated because I don't think art talks the language that we talk in academia. So we miss the language to interpret what other topic are discussed about international mobility and transnational identities and complex journeys. So absolutely something super important. And on the policy-oriented recommendation in activism, I think I often reflect about the role of like diffusing these kind of images and to what extent we have to witness and bear witness on something that is happening, and to what extent we are just reproducing a super dramatic image that has to do with also private emotion on top of political context. And I'm not sure there's I have an answer. I think that some actors are trying to reflect. There's a bit more reflexivity than we try to assume in media, in organization, in NGOs, but we are not seeing the result of that reflexivity yet. I think when I talk to people, they are kind of aware of all the problematic aspect in which diffusion of image can be problematic, but yet the attitude didn't change. So
You mean this coding power and this?
everyone that produces an image, like we tend to assume that they don't think about how it's consumed, how it's gonna be seen. I think that they think about it, but very often then it gets a life of its own.
I would like to argue that I think there's been a lot of like consciousness raising, just within the past 2 weeks. And I think like people are just getting, well, you can bring this getting more polarized, but I think people are actually getting even more critical. And, just to feeling like I cannot stand, these lies being told anymore. And, they're just utilizing a lot of different, be it official channels or like social media channels, chat groups, whatnot, to really mobilize, right? And I really appreciate your question, because like if we use very divergent sorts of images, like it's impacting the psyche. But then how do we get back to this collectivism? Because like if things get to opposed, then I think that's not really what people want. But there's this immediate urgency to like speak up. But I think ultimately a lot of people right now, going back to the genocide that's happening, people want peace. And is it really that hard for people to say, let's drop the weapons and have peace? Not really, but those in the governments are not, like really, some parties are producing fake images, AI images, those people who are not at protests are saying, using images to create another false narrative. And we have elected officials like, just blurting out statements because they don't want to be held accountable. So it becomes very, very confusing and frustrating, within this, I guess, space that we all live in. And I do wonder what the roles of researchers and scholars and all this is for.
There is a really big question for us to consider, especially for researchers to consider the actual impact of our work, right? How to link it to policy implications and action-oriented research, etc. I think it's a really important, but also a big question to ask. But I would like to also turn back to the presenters to just like address some other questions. We'll have more time during the lunch break, but I really appreciate the question you asked, because it's really about the policy implications, the impact on communities, as well as ethical considerations for researchers. So maybe we can also address some other questions, or
yeah, just I have a short general something on what Christian said, but also something general. I think one interesting thing that was raised is, what is a video today? And I was thinking also of these pictures, these moving pictures, when you take a picture with an iPhone, and I don't have an iPhone, that it is a 2-second thing. Like your child going, or your dog going. And is this a video or is it a picture? And then the videos, as you were saying, the social media thing, which relates also to what you say, that it's a 2-second or 5-second or 10-second. It's no longer perhaps Susan Sontag was thinking of a video that lasts for 20 minutes. But I think something that was coming also to my mind as we spoke was who is watching, and it reminds me of a book of 30 years ago, if I remember correctly, by Todd Gitlin, a media theorist, the US media theorist, was speaking about the Vietnam War and the coverage. And the student in the violent protest crushed by the US police against Vietnam War, and the students saying, yes, beat me, the whole world is watching. And at the time that was TV, the whole world was watching because there was a cameraman, filming the demonstration. And I wonder like how this, so I was asking myself, who is the whole world that is watching today? And who is watching? So before, at least we could assume kind of the mainstream audience was watching TV in the evening around the dinner table or whatever. That was our imagination of a North American or a European public. But again, I don't know if in India they were doing this, or if, in different parts of Asia or Africa, people had the same ritual. But now the question is, everyone is watching at any moment. And then regardless of then the watching what was filmed in relation to the Vietnam protest was also a certain view of reality. But now it's so I would call it, I don't know, I should call it polyphonic. So this is the good and the bad. But I think the question you're raising, which is an important one, I think, for our reflection, beyond the actual issue of what happens right now in Palestine, is does an image hurt more than a text? And does this preclude, because you spoke about counter mobilization, so does an image preclude the counter mobilization more than, and what do we learn, for instance, from you particularly both of you had very important examples of how, and even how data became images I had never thought of. But I realized I'm so familiar with these graphs. And I also, something else that I think we've discussed in past workshops, that these graphs did not exist before 2015. We were struggling for data, and suddenly 2015, everyone was saying, go to the UNHCR website, real-time thing. Who is arriving on Lesbos Island? And even breakdown by men, women, children. Look at how the flow is changing, and these bubbles that can be effervescent or not, because as you showed also, they signify the wave or the whatever, the thread. But what is our reflection? Our images precluding the conciliation. You spoke about reconciliation or conciliation, I think. And so do they preclude it or give more power to it? Because then some images will like tear our hearts apart, but maybe some images will bring them back. I'm thinking also of like I was just reading yesterday an article of the New York Times of a few days back about 2 women who live in the US, and one is Jewish, and they're both like practicing Jewish, practicing Muslim, and they had been doing together this interfaith community, and how their relationship was so strained these days, so difficult, but they still try to go beyond it. And there was some beautiful images there.
For sure.
Yeah.
I was just going to say that I think the questions that both of you are raising are so vital. And one of the things that I think a lot of folks who are activists are really trying to think about is the ways in which media companies need to be governed because of how they create particularly sort of silos and also float things to the surface and force people to make postings on particular terms in order to get them seen and shown and distributed. So a lot of this is a kind of reversal of your point, which is not how visuals do governance, but how we govern the visuality, and how media companies, particularly because they're organized to polarize and also to create sort of clusters and neighborhoods, function in this way. And I think activists are really smart and savvy at understanding these silos and creating posts that can move, either by blotting out certain words or by using particular hashtags linking to particular communities, and that takes a lot of solidarity work behind the scenes, so that organizations that are focused on one thing, like do solidarity work with another activist organization that's working on something else that can carry content into another sphere and create sites of solidarity, right, by posting it. And particularly because of AI, you need that sort of institution and collective stamp that actually authorizes particular images. So it means there's a lot of work that has to be done that's activist, that's on the ground, that's in solidarity building, that's in working with institutions to build statements that then get signed and posted, that then bolster a set of images as being factual or supporting that particular position. And so there's a real consciousness within the visual activism that you're working within the constraints of social media structure that does not want your politics to come out on your politics like platform in the way that your politics would want to do it. And so all of this work to create solidarity is to break those silos and to do that kind of work, which I'm sure we're all trying to do, particularly in relation to Gaza. The thing I've been so touched by is how many organizations that are feminist organizations, that are migrant organizations, that are indigenous organizations, that are Black organizations are coming out and making public statements in support of Gaza. And in doing so are allowing for images to become more iconic because they allow them to move and have more velocity. And I think that's a really powerful way in which images can be instrumentalized across movements and carried by different communities of care from one community to the next. And it also inures you a little bit to the violence of those images if they're being cared for by communities that are clearly putting them forward in the interests of justice, right? But then when you see them, you know they're coming at you that way. And I think that makes a really big difference. And I think it also asks us for like really responsible situated knowledge. Like, who are you speaking to and for? Who claims you? Before you post things, before you share things, before you produce things, that gets to these questions of citizen journalism from activist communities. Yeah, I have other things about the traditional social media and artists, but I'll let Nina respond as well.
Thank you so much. I mean, these are really, really important questions. And I think just to sort of pick up on you sort of traditional social media and you know, bubbles and who's seeing what. I think sometimes maybe the distinction between traditional and social media is sort of dichotomizing something that's more fluid. I mean, when you're looking at traditional media, if I'm following Danish media, they're on social media too. Right? Yeah. So in that sense, and that's a sort of a, you know, in traditional media, at least in the parts of the world where I'm trying to have a very explicit discourse about having to become digital and having to be on social media, otherwise they're disappearing. So I think in that sense, I think it's a little bit more of a blurred landscape, and in a way, the distinction between social and traditional media is maybe one we're inheriting for, like similar with Sonntag and what a video was. Yeah. that actually is sort of becoming outdated in terms of how the media use is actually you know taking place and how traditional media you know constituting themselves as well. I think that there's something about the bubbles and what's the larger context of this, and I'm sort of thinking of, though it's been a while since I read, you know, Benedict Anderson's Imagined Communities, you know, about how the National was formed, you know Habermas about the public sphere and sort of, and you have the sort of, I mean, I'm not speaking in cliches, but in the old days when you had, you know, newspapers, and then when you had television, you had one channel, like, and everybody would be reading the same thing, and you this sort of like, I know this is a cliche, you know, and then you drink coffee and you talk about what was in the paper and so on and so forth, and that kind of meant that you could constitute a public. Like, a public was not just individuals, but a public was engagement between individuals, and also engagement between individuals that might potentially disagree. And I think that there's something to that, which is obviously also, you know, idealized about who is actually part of that public, which is important, you know, to sort of recognize as well. But I think that that's the sort of, I mean, but I think that that's the sort of one of the parameters around this debate, that in the fear that you're getting these itemized individuals where, you know, you don't have, I mean, you have exchanges between, you know, sending TikToks to one another, but you don't actually have the real engagement. And I think that is a big, I mean, that's a big, profound political condition, both in terms of to say what it is to the extent that we are also kind of normative political theorists in a sense, but also the extent to which that we can actually appropriately understand the practices that are going on. And that there might actually be ways in which that, I'm not saying this, but it is at least possible, I think, to sort of raise the question whether we as academics are almost always behind the actual usages. And in that sense that we might actually not always grasp the changes and transformation and the politics that's going on. This is not to end us on a positive note, but it's just to say that maybe there is actually something that is a different way in which the publics are being formed that are constantly evolving and ongoing. So that's a kind of a meta, comment about how the politics as well. And I think that that's also why, the iconic image is considered so important. And you're talking about Curie as an instant icon, and sort of in some of the other, Perlmutter, who was one of the first ones to write about photojournalism and iconic images. And I think he said in 2005, where you're talking about hyper icons, and these sort of images that rise and then they become iconic really fast, but that the media production or the visual production is such that they quickly disappear. And I think that in his argument, as I recall it, there was also sort of like, that this might be problematic, because if we're sort of almost like sapping from one iconic image to the next, then we're also missing the possibility of having something that ties publics together. So one book that, an iconic called No Caption Needed by Harriman and Lukaitis, it is about how photojournalistic icons and sort of 20th century American, history is significant precisely because they're providing a way through which the body politics can come together and engage, and disagree as well. So, I mean, certain, some iconic images are generating more controversy, more fracture than others. But their point was sort of like that these photographs, their iconic status is precisely significant because it is a way through which that people continue to come together and debate, and constitute themselves in reference to these to these photographs. Oh, yeah. Well, but that also, I mean, that book is from 2007, but it's also, I think, is it the most recent images that they're engaging with is the sort of firefighters raising the flag after 9/11 on Ground Zero, but that's also in a sense of remediation of the flag raising in Iwo Jima. So in that sense, that work is also on relatively old iconic images. One final thing in terms of the graphic images, I think that sort of, I think what's going on in Gaza and Israel, is also as an example of the significance of how, that graphic images have, but also that they're also political polysemic in the sense that those are also, Hamas, capturing those footage through, GoPro cameras, attached to the body, is also to sort of show this is what we're capable of doing, to a particular audience, and the same images are being, shown to international journalists by, Israel to, in a very different political constitution. So this is just to say that graphicness is itself also one that can have, significant politics sort of around it. I'd say also, but that's a sort of just maybe sort of an aside to that, is that what constitutes a graphic image is also itself something that can be very broad. I first started working on images after the Danish Muhammad cartoons were published in 2005. So just
The non-image image.
I'm sorry?
Then it was the non-image image because you were not supposed to show the cartoons.
That's a whole lot. But just to sort of say that some of those original, original cartoons were explicitly satirizing Julian's constant assignment that it's impossible to pick, Muhammad, and they were sort of became sort of constituted for this one cartoon by Kurt Westergaard, which became the iconic one. But it's a very complicated if you actually go down and look to, what graphicness then actually means. Right. So just to sort of that, because we talked a lot about about photography and artists and so on, to say that the broadness of that question I think is important too. Yeah, I think just what you were saying, I haven't worked specifically on artists representing migration. But I think that there is, and this also speaking to your question in the first round, to your questions about intentionality and I think it is sort of, the artistic and the artist as a figure and as a particular sphere, and the constitution of that, and the assumptions and so on, I think is interesting in its own right. And I was thinking of also what happens when activism moves into the museum. Like, so I was just like last weekend, there's the biggest kind of exhibition of Pussy Riot's work at a big Danish modern art museum. And you have, Pussy Riot, I mean, they're clearly, have very strong like visual strategies, but there's also activists, and now they're in a museum. So I'm just saying, like, the sort of the fluidity of, forensic architecture as well. They sort of, and it's not, my point is not to sort of pinhole them down and say they have to be one or the other. It's just to say that in that sort of field between the political, the activist, and the artistic, and even the academic, right? Well, forensic architecture is a goldsmith's.
Yeah.
So that sort of blurring and the ability to mobilize one subject position in some situations, or have a subject position being attached to you as being one or the other, and I think is actually also an important part of this field.
And I just to end it, I think also this is a question of aestheticization of like on the ground politics, and I think this is what I refer to in my way, is that it takes the kind of the form and aestheticizes it of a life vest, and really detaches it from the social context. And so there's a question of institutional capture of the museum, but there's also the question of the ways in which a sort of fetishistic focus on the aesthetics or the form really goes against the kind of work of being in solidarity with the communities. And I think that gets this question of like how best to visualize undocumented migrants. You can't have a kind of visual approach, like a best approach, if it's not really grounded in active work of consent and solidarity with communities. And I think that's what Bouchard Hariri's work shows so well, is that dwelling with and telling stories through a kind of ethical process of listening and gaining consent is a really important part of the role that artists might play in participating in visualizing migration.
I can just add, just very briefly to that, for those of you who are interested in the sort of the criticism that Ai Weiwei received also when he was performing Alan Kurdi, and that black and white, extremely aestheticized image. I mean, that's a really good, I think, sort of, it's a really good taste for looking at that.
Yeah, when
Aestheticization.
you spoke about a cartoon where it had whoever would be the bureaucrat lying on the beach. I haven't seen that, but I'd like to see it because it's an interesting playing with it.
Okay, thank you so much for this really lively, engaging, and enlightening conversation from the audience, and also the comments, insights shared by our presenters. We have about 7 minutes left. Do we still want to take 1 or 2 questions?
Question.
Yes.
1, 2.
Yeah, Omar.
Thank you so much. My name is Omar. I'm a manager here on the project for the city. It's fascinating. I'm getting paid for here, and I should pay you. In the 1960s, the Canadian communication theorist Marshall McLuhan coined the phrase that we all know: the medium is the message. And I was wondering, for all of you, in your theorizing of the role of images in migration governance, what are your thoughts on the effects the mediums for producing and consuming images today have been representing images of migration and refugees in society? There is an increasing generational gap between senior citizens that might not be comfortable with digital mediums and a younger generation whose perception of social reality are increasingly mediated by the digital world and social media. With digital images and even visualization of migration and refugee data produced to different sensitivities about migrants and refugees in different countries, one by a generation comfortable with the new technology, and a different perception by the generation that is not as comfortable with this medium. How scholars, service providers, or even policymakers using images in the digital world can also raise awareness about migrants and refugee issues to a generation of senior citizens that live for many decades by 65. Also vote and often have disposable income in places like Spain, Italy, or Japan. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Pamela?
Oh, yes, my name is Pamela Jonathan, I am a visual artist. It's absolutely interesting and inspiring, thank you. My question was in reference to something that Krista said about the traumatizing effect of images. And it's just, any thoughts on like the actual global effect of the global traumatization, where we see repeatedly graphic images. I myself find I listen to a lot of news on podcasts, and I avoid looking at graphic images. And I just was curious about your thoughts on that, and also the use of fake representations. There's been things circulating that are actually from completely different countries that are supposedly representing Gaza or things like this. Any thoughts on those?
One more, quickly, one more.
If I could quickly jump in, I just raised in one of the communication studies, medium is the message, something I always heard in Canadian academia, but in Russian academia, I heard the highlight of the play on that, medium is the massage. So medium as the preparation for certain interaction. And another quick note is the top down and bottom up, that brings the social psychologist interpretation of communication studies and interaction with mass communications. As for example, newspapers initially in America were believed to be a source of influencing politicians, because politicians read on planes. But then today we see the whole complexity that it is very multidimensional, and it became more increasingly, we are increasingly multidimensionally massaged.
Okay. Who want to get started? Maybe some brief answers to the question.
I mean, I just think this question of ageism and also like the communities that are outside of particular loops is a really important caution, because there are lots of communities that are disenfranchised from the connectivity that would be required to deal with the surfeit of images that we are facing right now, and to imagine that we're all connected in a way that allows us to download heavy media content, view it, scroll through social media is far from obvious for all communities, and paying attention to the ways in which those circuits then get remediated through traditional media, to your point about that then on TV they cover social media or in other sorts of spaces, is an important caution for us when we think about this digital public sphere as being so cohesive and homogenous. And I think in terms of the medium is the message, there's a great kind of trend within media and communication studies to return to McLuhan and Innes in a self-reflexive way by great folks like Sarah Sharma, who's here in Toronto, who does a feminist reading of McLuhan, to try and say, let's pay attention to the ways in which media are shaping our lives prior to the content that they're distributing. And so she does this beautiful reading of Alexa, where she says all of this work has been done to try and make Alexa more feminist, because she's a female voice who is kind of servile and in the home, and trains people in treating women as servants in the home. And so there's like work to make Alexa more responsive, so that if you abuse her or say misogynistic things to her, she will shut down, or she will say that she won't respond to that. And Sharma's like, that's missing the point. Like, if you're trying to make Alexa respond to misogyny, you're way too far into the matrix of this technology. We need to understand the ways in which this technology is a gendered technology within the home that enables particular kinds of relationships to service that are tied to Amazon warehousing, that are tied to just-in-time production, and that all service cis heteropatriarchal political economies. And so McLuhan gets us there. We're not thinking about what Alexa's saying. We're thinking about the fact that there's an Alexa in the home, right? And I think we could do that within migration studies as well, is to say, well, the fact that we're tracking people, the fact that people have SIM cards, the fact that people are moving through spaces and taking selfies, we're in the field of visual and mediated governance of migration without looking at a single tweet or a content or an image, right? We're thinking about how these mediating apparatuses are working, and I think that can help us with that.
Maybe I can. No, the fake representation, I think it's an important point, but it goes back to the fact that no images are real representation of reality. So it doesn't matter if it's fake or not, because we always have to consider the context and what was represented, the why, and the epistemology of that image. So when it's fake, but also when it's not fake, we have to try to go beyond that. So in our critique, in our analysis, doesn't make too much sense. If it has been produced, it still contributes to the mess, to the wider debate. So it has to be analyzed as the others. And
yeah, no, I had some comments to add. Thank you, Omar, that's a good point, and I agree with you, Krista, that it's not just about ageism. Actually, I would think many serious citizens are super YouTubed, super fly. But I think it raises, the question, well, both of the multiple audiences that we were speaking about, but also of accessibility. And I think during COVID, we saw a lot of this, particularly with migrants with, for instance, no status, or people who lost their jobs, and people who were relying on public spaces to get good media connectivity. And then when they were, confined to their homes. So for instance, state agencies or other non-governmental agencies that were trying to support people were using these messages, even in multiple languages through the internet, but the people to whom these messages were talking could not be connected. And another point is in a country like Canada, connectivity is much more of a challenge. For instance, indigenous communities in different parts of the country don't have connectivity. And when we work with organizations, they say, for instance, even if you are talking about applying for a course, you shouldn't send a big application that requires, 5 minutes of strong connectivity, because that won't work. So you have to be more creative on that, and I think that is something to be theorized in our conversation about how messages are received and recreated, and even images reconstructed. But on this note, I think, yes, it's, I'm not sure, if McLuhan, probably McLuhan can help us in, exactly, as you said, we shouldn't be thinking what Alexa or whoever, whichever of these avatars is saying, but the fact that it is there, that's the issue. But I'm wondering whether we're even going to a culture. So I don't know, at school we were learning that history started when writing was invented, and that's what distinguishes prehistory from history. And we are at the point now where writing is being abandoned, and that's where I would see the generational divide that you mentioned, Omar, where it becomes completely oral and visual. Of course, it's audiovisual because it's oral, that is mediated by an electronic medium. And if, of course, you unplug ourselves, we're done. Because all it's based on electricity, on having electricity to do all this. But I wonder whether we're going towards a real serious modification of the role of written communication. It's not anymore about print capitalism, and that was a historical passage where I'm sure many of you know that Benedict Anderson was theorizing and said the nation was possible when it became possible to imagine it. And under empire, you would issue a decree today and it would get 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and someone traveling usually by horse or by carriage to go to those distant places of the empire. And then you have, the portable, actually the small kind of printing machine. And then these newspapers making it possible that in a day or two, in the different places of the state, of the national state, that everyone knows what happened in the capital and news are diffused. Now it's an instant moment. It's an instant moment between here and India. But where are we going from there? Because as I was saying, you know, for instance, newspapers no longer exist. I like to buy print newspapers, but it's very difficult to find, for instance, like you'd find here some Canadian and US newspapers in few kiosks in downtown. And that's about it. No other possibility for print media, like very difficult. So I mean, I think it's a good, actually, I think it's a good segue for our afternoon panelists that will tell us how to use, you know, the original.
Any final comments from presenters?
I just want to thank everybody for all your great questions and engagement, and I don't have a cell phone, and I still write with these. Of which you have many colors in Canada, but we don't have at home.
Yeah.
Big round of applause. And this morning section mainly is about theorizing the role of images in the study of migration governance. And as we all listen this morning about this visual forms and ways of presenting images, and we understand that all these images, they come with different kind of interpretations and presentations. We have to wonder, based on what you have shared with us, who are the actors and who are the creators and producers of these images, and their intentionality, their positionality, and their agency, as well as the power dynamics we all observed. And also the intended audience, who are the audience, and what is this for? And then questions around the policy implications and action-oriented research, and then what are the consideration of, again, power dynamics and the ethical research for us as researchers to consider. So in the afternoon, please come back, and thank you so much also to the online participants. We will be starting the afternoon section around 1:30. We'll dive more into the visual methodologies based on different researchers' work. And I'm also feel really relieved because I'm going to be one of the presenters in the afternoon. I'm not sitting on the hot seat as a chair in the afternoon. So please come back, and we have the lunch outside here across the hallway. We can continue the discussion around lunchtime if you are staying around. But thank you again to our wonderful, amazing presenters. And thank you.
Migration governance, we have 4 amazing speakers. Robert Barsky, who's gonna present on assessing the impact of images portraying the Vietnam War and the struggle for civil rights on international refugee law. We have Lucy Schwan, who's gonna present on Stories Matter, using photo voice to understand migrant perceived and lived experience in smaller Canadian cities. And we have visualizing migration in time of crisis, covering Polish, Belarusian, and Polish-Ukrainian border movement perspective from Poland by our speaker, Karolina Migreska-Sikwa. And we have also Maria Gentova, who's gonna present on understanding migrant use of government social media, a comparative study of user interaction. My name is Kathy Haik. I'm here, I work as assistant professor at CMU. Sorry, I did not introduce myself. I do research around especially use of social media by especially Syrian refugees, around gender empowerment, food communication, and using art for healing and reconciliation. And very happy to be here and to welcome all of you. I'm sure we'll have like amazing presentation and conversation with our excellent session in the morning. So we're starting with Robert Bass, whenever you're ready.
I am ready. So I'm going to present actually on 2 projects, not one. I was thinking a little bit about what was asked in the morning sessions about the role of art in regards to border crossing. And I started a few years ago a journal called Contours Collaborations, which actually flows from the idea that you can do with art that which you cannot do with policy in all sorts of interesting ways. I have run now for 21 years a journal called AmeriQuest. I stole the name AmeriQuest from the horrifying mortgage company, hoping that I would get sued and would draw attention to it, but that didn't work yet. It's called AmeriQuest.org, and for years we have done border crossing research and so forth, but really inspired by the Venice Biennale, I started thinking of, reflecting on the power of images and photography and sculpture as a means of shifting attitudes, which is really one of my principal concerns. I think I derived that. I'm Chomsky's biographer, and a big part of his work was on shifting attitudes. The same for his teacher, Zelig Harris. So how do you shift attitudes? I think art might play a stronger role in that process than a lot of other policy approaches that one might imagine. So I started this journal called, it's called Contours Collaborations, if you want to look it up. And it at the heart of it is this idea that you can use images in quite different ways to shift attitudes, because you know, in some of the ways we talked about this morning, you can be drawn into images or artworks. This is an exhibition space. The first project we did was by a woman named Susan Clenard, who does sculptures representing refugees fleeing, particularly across the water. Particularly, you know, very, very focused on Mediterranean. And I just finished a second project, which I want to show to you real fast, because it's an unusual approach to this idea of using images and art as a means of shifting attitudes. It's located in Atlanta. There's a train that circles the city of Atlanta that was a 22-mile train. It was used by companies. And because, despite the segregation of Atlanta, because it was a private train, they could go places that you couldn't go otherwise, because there are fences and there are borders and so forth and so on in the city. When the train line was abandoned, a young student named Brian Gravel came up with this idea of turning it into a pathway with public transportation on it. So now all of a sudden, theoretically, you could traverse the city and all of its many boundaries and borders and frontiers freely on this 22-mile public space. And Atlanta bought the idea, and they've been doing this, and they're going to put a train on it, and they have biking and so forth. I was unimaginably inspired by this. It is now drawing 3 million visitors a year to walk along this kind of Champs-Élysées around the city of Atlanta. And I wrote a 68-page poem about a poet who, inspired by the great epics of the past, great epic poems of the past, from Homer and Virgil to Dracula and Toni Morrison, Paradise, he travels along the 22-mile Beltline in search of the history of Atlanta, including its history of segregation and oppression and so forth and so on, but also looks for a future that is borderless in the sense of this 22-mile quest. So you can go there, it's called the Beltline Chronicles. The name of this thing is called the Beltline, like the High Line, New York. You click on it, there's the poet there on his bicycle. And if you go down a little bit further, the city is now putting excerpts of the poem on the Beltline. So you can go, you read an excerpt, and then you take your QR code, and you can go to the 68-page poem, which I've situated at MIT on this thing called PubPub. Go down a little further. I've also hired this actor here, Ismail Ibn Connor, a very well-known actor who does work in Paris and in New York. He just did a performance, so he played the role of the poet, this meandering poet. So he memorized portions of the poem and played the poet in a social justice center in Atlanta. And then I commissioned 2 artists, one to make visual representations of this belt line that circles the city, and another one, if you go a little further down, to make visual representations of the poet. The only thing I told her was, I don't want to see her face, his face. I don't want to know if she's tall or thin or black or white or whatever she is. So the artist has created all these images of this wandering poet, this poet on a quest, And you know, she's either wearing a hat or he's wearing a hat or he's looking away or whatever else. So this is quite fun. And if you click on Canto the First, so it's a poem in 8 cantos. So there again, you've got a visual representation in abstract painting of the Beltline in Atlanta. Then you have to go down a bit. There are citations about the history of Atlanta, segregation and so forth and so on. And then images of the poet. So again, you have no idea what this poet looks like. This is the way that it's done. And then my 68-page poem, which will be coming out as a book next year. So it's a border crossing, frontier busting, kind of committed to the ideas, the social justice ideas that are at the heart of what I take to be the mission of this 22-mile borderless pathway in Atlanta. So that's one thing you can take a look at. The other one is the Susan Clenard exhibit, which is, if you go back to the main page, it's there. And there I hired refugees who were awaiting status. Most of them based in New Haven, and I had them film this artist. Can you go back to the main page? Film this artist named Susan Clenard. So if you go down a bit further, there it is. So there she is. And the exhibit is her incredible sculpture. I also commissioned refugees to make music and photographs and videography of her work. And again, on this idea of the images, whatever your politics are of the sculptures that she makes are incredibly powerful. So that's just a quick digression that my buddy Luigi said I was allowed to do. The other project that I'm working on, I have spent my career doing literature and law, and I vacillate between the two. I find working on refugee work all the time is enough to make me want to blow my brains out while I'm throwing myself out of a building. So I do work on both literature and law. The legal project is, and I'll just give you a couple of technical details real fast. The legal project is to reconstitute the context within which the 1967 protocol was negotiated. So as you may know, and you probably know the 1967 protocol is an amendment to the 1951 convention. That is false. The 1967 protocol is a standalone treaty that anybody who's a refugee in the world in 165 countries gets status because of the treaty called the protocol, not because of the convention. It points back to the convention, but not because of the convention. So I'm writing the history of the negotiation that led to that treaty, which happened to have happened in Bellagio, Italy, where I spent a month thanks to a Rockefeller grant. And it was inside of that amazing Villa Serbelloni that the negotiation occurred. So it's very interesting to reconstitute the history, but legally speaking, which is really what I'm interested in many ways, legally speaking, there's something called the Vienna Convention of 1980. The Vienna Convention says that if there's any ambiguity in the meaning of what a treaty, in the way that we're supposed to interpret a treaty, we can go back to the travaux préparatoires. We can go back to the negotiating history of the treaty to figure out what it means. The negotiating history of the protocol has never been written. And in fact, on the UNHCR page, it says that the 1951 convention has only been subjected to one amendment called the protocol. That's false. So even on the UNHCR page, it's false. Why does this matter? Because if we apply the 1980 Vienna Convention, as we are, it's customary international law now, to determine the meaning of a treaty, we can look back to its negotiating history. If there is no negotiating history, then there's nothing to look back on. So let's pretend we're living in a country in which the president suggests that you can separate people at the border and put their kids in isolation somewhere or other. Or let's pretend we live in a country where they deny access to the territory so people who could claim asylum can't gain access to the territory. Let's pretend that we live in such a crazy place. Is that in violation of the treaty to which the United States is party? We can't answer that question. It's a very interesting case because the United States is not party to the 1951 convention. You probably know that. You always thought of it as a weird anomaly, but it's the case. The United States is not party to the 1951 convention. There's only one other country in the world that's party to international refugee law through the protocol and not through the convention, and that's Cabo Verde. So why do I care about this? Because if I want to drag these motherfuckers into court and sue their asses, claiming violation of the treaty, there's no travaux préparatoires to which I can point to say that they're violating the purpose and meaning behind the treaty. So I'm writing that travaux préparatoires now. So the context within which refugee law was created for the United States, and in fact, the context within which all refugees come to be accepted in the world, that is to say, the context within which the 1967 protocol was negotiated, that's the subject of my new book. So what is the role of images in this? It begs a number of questions. Why did the US never sign on to international refugee law? Why, if they were behind, in many ways behind, the negotiation of the 1951 protocol, was it never agreed to in the Senate? Why, moreover, would the US decide to join the international refugee law regime through the protocol, which they pushed for extremely hard? Why would LBJ, given everything that he was doing, voting rights, civil rights, the eventual assassination, the assassination of JFK, the eventual assassination of Robert F. Kennedy, the assassination of Martin Luther King, with everything going on domestically, why in the world does the US decide to adhere to international refugee law in 1968? What were they doing? They had gone from 51 until then without signing the convention. Why did they do that? Very interesting question. Is it guilt in regards to Vietnam? One of the things that was suggested in a play that I saw in New York, the Kennedy Center, called The Great Society, that LBJ wanted to stick it to McNamara and said, we are going to somehow gain responsibility for the horrors and atrocities that we've committed in Vietnam. It's an interesting hypothesis. I've spent a lot of time in the archives, White House archives, as well as the LBJ archives. I haven't found a lot of evidence for that, but there's a lot of evidence to suggest that LBJ himself was sympathetic to the cause of refugees and displaced people. He was extremely anti-fascist, anti-Nazi, and was very aware of the horrors committed in those names. So there is something interesting there. But the bottom line is that if you did want to claim that we can do something with this treaty to challenge the incredibly horrendous policies committed, not only US, but in fact worldwide, it would be very helpful to have the travaux préparatoires for this treaty, for the 67 treaty. There's another characteristic of the treaty that I want to indicate real fast, which is that the normal way to negotiate an international treaty under international law is that you convene what's called the Conference of Plenipotentiaries. So you're put into the room, the representative of Ghana and the representative of Israel and the representative of Japan and so forth and so on. You close the room down, you have secretary keeping notes, and you negotiate the treaty, and you come up with, and that's exactly how the 51 treaty was negotiated. Paul Weiss then put together the history of that negotiation, you can find it on the UNHCR website, as the travaux préparatoires of the 1951 convention. Where is it for the 1967 convention protocol? As I said, it hasn't been done yet. But even more interesting in some ways is that the negotiation for the 1967 protocol started in Villa Cervelloni in 1965, when 19 international legal scholars came together to hammer out a new treaty, which they failed to do. They created something called the draft protocol in 1965. For the next 2 years, the draft protocol was sent to countries throughout the world so that they would hopefully come on board and sign on. Okay, in 67, they had enough members to sign on. They signed on and it became a treaty which is now adhered to by 165 countries. That's the history. And then you say, well, what the hell are you doing in a conference on imaging? The answer is quite simple.
I've been asking myself this question.
Yeah, we all are. So what are the dates? 65 to 60 for the US, 65 to 68. What does that mean? It means that the context within which international refugee law was negotiated was the civil rights. Images of Selma, images of people being attacked by police with fire hoses, images of Ku Klux Klan attacks against civil rights advocates were beamed around the world to the point where the Soviet Union was using these images as evidence that the Cold War should be won by the Eastern Bloc and not the West, because the West was in fundamental, obvious violation of human rights law. All you had to do was look at South Africa. All you had to look at was the US. What do I mean by look at? Look at the images. And I put a button, if you can sort of click them forward.
Oh, so you have a clicker over there?
Oh, I do.
You could just use that there.
So you see, so again, these are images that, and the images I've chosen are images that were specifically beamed around the world in the middle of the negotiation. So these are not only important images for the negotiation, these are images that define the meaning of the treaty. So all of, and you see in images such as this one, which are so fascinating, is that civil rights, the American battle, becomes international rights, Geneva Accords. That under the guise of discussions about white-black relations, about the history of slavery and segregation and so forth and so on, raises the question, which of course Martin Luther King himself does, of what is the connection between civil rights and human rights? And that's where it becomes an international phenomenon. How does it become? All of a sudden they're like, well, maybe we will invite this guy to Toronto for this conference with images. How does it become an international issue? It becomes an international issue through photographs that are beamed around the world and then swallowed by the Soviet Union, which are using them as anti-West propaganda. And what's so amazing about these kinds of pictures is this mix between civil rights activism, anti-Vietnam, freedom of speech on US campuses, the student movement, and human rights. And the connection, so here you see, it's another very good example. You've got all sorts of different violations indicated on these signs, which again, I've chosen ones that were beamed around the world, everything from racist to anti-Vietnam War to human and civil rights are all combined in these moments. So now, if this is the case, if the images are themselves extremely powerful as vehicles for propelling our understanding what's going on in this moment, maybe the answer to the question of why did the US sign onto international refugee law in 1968 during, by the way, human rights year, which, by the way, LBJ insisted be the year that they signed onto the treaty. And by the way, it was adhered to by a Senate, which I know that it's hard to hear today, but that voted 50-0 to join international refugee law, 50-0 in the US Senate, unimaginable today. That's the context in the story. So what is the power of images? On the one hand, all sorts of things were said in the first section. They can be appropriated, they were appropriated by the Soviets. They can tell many more messages that can be told in text or so forth. Yeah, but they can also, as it turns out, I add another dimension here. They can also help us determine the meaning of a treaty. If in this case, we're trying to figure out the context within which international refugee law came to be negotiated. That's largely an American story, but it's not solely an American story. Because at the end of the day, all refugees who are admitted today are admitted under a treaty, not called the 51 Convention, but called the 67 Protocol.
Thank you so much. A very powerful presentation on the connection between civil rights and human rights, history and the history of photographs. And next we have, one second, we have Josie Schwan, who is gonna, from TMU, who's gonna present on stories matter, using photo voice to understand migrant perceived and lived experiences in a small Canadian university.
Hello, everyone. My name is Josie Zhuang. I'm associate professor at the School of Urban and Regional Planning at TMU. I'm also the academic director of the Toronto Metropolitan Center for Immigration and Settlement. Really a great pleasure to join this panel today. And what I'm presenting today is about using photo voice to understand migrants' perceived and lived experiences in small and mid-sized Canadian cities, because stories matter. So I'm bringing everyone back to the context of Canadian cities, especially the smaller ones. Why? Because I also want to say, talk about the intentionality as well as your positionality as a researcher. I'm also a registered professional planner and always wearing that hat as a planner to consider what is the impact of global migration on cities, and especially for those non-traditional gateway cities in Canada. So I would also like to acknowledge the funding from CERC and also the research assistants who play a role in this research. Just to give everyone a bit of the migration context in Canada, despite the federal government's regionalization policy, over 60% of the immigrants lived in only 3 gateway cities, namely Toronto, Vancouver, and Montreal. There is this uneven geographical distribution of immigration across the country. That's why I'm really interested in understanding more about how migrants experience settlement and integration in these smaller cities. What's the role of space and place in shaping their experiences? And what are the implications for municipalities to develop welcoming infrastructures to support their integration and immigrant retention? Simply put, I'm more interested in the interactions between space and place and people. And these pictures are actually contributed by the participants in this study. The theory of the production of space by Henri Lavar offers a relevant theoretical framework to understand how spaces in smaller cities are conceived as a result of planning policies and processes at the macro level, perceived in daily encounters and spatial practices at the meso level, and actually lived through human experiences at the micro level. In Lavar's words, when the interested parties, the users specifically, do not speak up, who can speak in their name or in their place? Certainly not some expert, some specialist of space or of spokesmanship. There is so much specialization because no one has a right to speak for those directly concerned here. The entitlement to do so, the concepts to do so, the language to do so are simply lacking. And also he said the silence of the users is indeed a problem, and it is the entire problem. I chose photo voice as one of the methodologies in the research because photo voice is a powerful and inclusive tool. It helps to articulate participants' needs and share their stories and critically reflect and represent their knowledge and their narratives. And also using photo voice to engage diverse or marginalized perspectives, especially breaking down the cultural or linguistic barriers and aiming to empower communities to engage in further social and policy change. This research involves, is part of a larger project involves 4 steps in the research process. But for today, I'm mainly focusing on the photo voice collection from newcomers. We interviewed 17 newcomers or migrants, including immigrants, refugees, as well as temporary foreign workers. 13 of them contributed their photo voice. The map here shows where they're originally from and where they they resided during the time of the research. And they're originally from Ecuador, Colombia, Venezuela, Liberia, Ireland, Georgia, India, Bangladesh, China, Vietnam, as well as Cambodia. I'm going to dive deep into the major findings in the interest of time. The first theme, emerging theme, is around perceptions, impressions, and experiences. Majority of the participants, they lack prior knowledge about the place before their arrival, resulting in a range of emotions from surprise to disappointment and even safety concerns. Of course, they come along with some unanticipated delights, such as the connection with to their home through the landscape or through the history of migration, architecture features, and also the natural beauty that, generally speaking, impress a lot of newcomers. One of the example here, the Cambodian immigrant who came from the capital city of Cambodia, said that I wanted to cry. I felt saddened when I first arrived Brooks, Alberta, and saw the place of a small town like the world was upside down. For the context, Brooks, Alberta is a small town with less than 15,000 people. Versus the capital city in Cambodia. The other participant took these pictures during the lockdown, the COVID lockdown, especially when social distancing was mandatory. She said she took this, she came across this rock with hope painted on it, which made me feel warm and connected to the community. What makes me connect to this place is the fact that it is maintained by the local community group, which means the volunteers, enabling the community to enjoy the wilderness trail. And they also share some advantages of living in smaller cities. For example, the tranquil town ambience, reduced traffic, close proximity to amenities, affordable housing, job stability, as well as the natural beauty, as I mentioned earlier. But also, they are disappointed with the dearth of public spaces, the lack of cultural and commercial facilities, and also the inaccessibility to transit. As you can tell from the photo voice collection here, many of them, they did share the photos and talk about their lived experiences through nature, and also many of those small cities, they are next to mountains and lakes and oceans, and there's the easy access to nature, but also it provides a large variety of nature-based activities for them to get involved and build social connection and interaction with the host community, and also it's beneficial to their health and well-being. But then there are barriers, contrary to that plentiful and readily accessible natural spaces. In smaller cities, the participants also reported the accessibility barriers to, for example, cultural foods, cultural and commercial facilities and amenities, and public services like transit. And especially in some of the extreme cases, like in Brooks, Alberta, there's no transit. And in St. Thomas, Ontario, there are only minibuses available. And in Brooks again, when the only shopping mall was demolished, it used to serve as a community space for people to build social connection. But after it was demolished, the participant kept this Christmas card that she got it before the mall was demolished. And this bygone memories actually has become a symbol of isolation and loneliness, and she missed that community space in the mall. The second theme is around cultural connections and meanings, and the findings, of course, the access to nature, for example, or in accessibility to transit, and to amenities, and it doesn't only affect immigrants, but also affect other native-born residents in those smaller cities. But what makes the immigrants' life experiences more distinct is around that kind of the cultural connections and the meanings underneath those space and place. And one of the major findings here is the pivotal role of food locales, cultural commodities and practices, as well as public spaces in catalyzing the expression of cultural identity, and illuminated how these elements convey cultural meanings that forge connections not only to participants' own cultural roots, but also to the broader community. And participants, they share the visual narratives of different food locales. And they said the availability of and access to diverse products from my ethnicity certainly make us immigrants feel welcome and contribute towards building an inclusive community. Then the cultural goods and practices also help foster cultural connections and community. And the picture on the left is provided by a Vietnamese participant who frequently visited the retail plaza, where most of the store owners are also Vietnamese. And there he found that he built that friendship with the store owners and developed a social connection, share information, and also got inspiration from the success of those entrepreneurs from the same country. And the second picture on the right shows the Mama's toy in display in the store. And the Irish participant said that Mamas are people who dress up and disguise their identities. They visit their friends, families, and neighbors on the day after Christmas. Two of the places that still do this tradition are Newfoundland and Ireland. It's incredible to see a similar yet slightly different type of celebration here. And also public spaces can play a very important role in amplifying cultural representations and facilitating community building, as evidenced in the Chinese drumming event to celebrate Canada Day in Kelowna, as well as in the multicultural event initiated by this Colombian participant in the public library. And participants said it's very important to share our cultures, to let others know how we live, what our cultures is like, and to show how much we contribute to the city and society. And the picture on the right actually was an initiative by a Bangladeshi participant who initiated the annual celebration of the International Mother Language Day by petitioning the city of Lethbridge in Alberta to illuminate the city hall on that occasion. And she said the International Mother Language Day was an idea from Bangladesh to observe linguistic and cultural diversity. We respect our own mother language, but we should also respect other cultures. And people speak different languages. The other findings is around sense of place and belonging, and inclusive public spaces can enable active participation and adaptation in community life, and the active exercise of agency for immigrants to challenge the status quo, support and help each other, and aspire to achieve a profound sense of belonging, but also experiences of racism and discrimination reported by the participants can negate the sense of belonging. And here are some quotes and photos that shared by participants. One of the participants from BC, he's the leader of the group. He's a leader in the badminton club, and he said, as the leader of the group, I feel a sense of honor and respect. My group members are from diverse cultures and age groups. They speak different languages in their home countries. However, the sport connects us well. And the Georgian immigrant, actually a temporary foreign worker, who tried to decorate the house for Halloween, although they have never celebrated Halloween before at home. But she said, we are trying to look like local. We did our best not to be exception on the street. Volunteering is also another thing that a lot of newcomers share with us. The one participant said, volunteering is one of the most satisfying experiences for me as an immigrant. It makes me feel valued and accepted in the community. And the Colombian participant founded the Northern Ontario Latin Hispanic Association, trying to help people integrate and also promote awareness of their cultures to the locals. And she said, I wanted to feel part of Canada. I felt nervous to initiate NOLA at first because I felt that the community did not like immigrants. I was inspired from when I was working for a local bank where diversity was a value. NOLA promotes cultural education and tries to bring people together, not just the Latin Hispanic people, but the community. And she also shared that joy when she became a citizen in Canada. And she said, I got emotional. I felt that I was a part of Canada. I was given the privilege of becoming a citizen of Canada. I came from a culture that was totally different. I never would imagine how challenging it would be to integrate into Canada. Although I read a lot about Canada, living here was a different experience. And not all of these small communities were perceived to be welcoming spaces, especially for racialized newcomers from, for example, from Africa, Asia, South America. They share experiences of racism and discrimination in public spaces and even in the job market. Sandra mentioned that I felt that Canada is a welcoming country, but there can be more things that can be done. Francis from Liberia, back home, I'm an architect from, I ran an architecture firm that was ranked one of the best in Liberia, but my credentials are not recognized here and I cannot do the things that I'm passionate about. I always feel broken by this. And Maybelline, also a newcomer from Ecuador, she mentioned she participated in the Orange Shirt Day, and also that is also that's called the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. So they were, she attended a ESL class and was brought to the City Hall. It was the first time that I got to meet with Indigenous people in Canada face to face. And it was very sad to hear and learn about the history. So they talk about this kind of like, as a newcomer, how to understand that Indigenous history and how to build a connection with the indigenous land and towards reconciliation. And Seima experienced racism on the public streets, on transit, and desperate because a small town doesn't really welcome immigrants according to her experiences, but she wanted to come back to her culture, and she always wear her traditional attire, traditional clothing in the public space to celebrate her culture. And she's also the one who initiated the International Mother Language Day celebration. So some of the major takeaways, and again, wearing that planner's hat, always think about what does that really mean for municipalities and for policies, and how can we actually take actions towards this kind of lived experience by understanding the lived experiences of newcomers. Public spaces as part of the welcoming infrastructure can play a really important role in shaping migrants' lived experiences in smaller cities and have an impact on their well-being when considering the opportunity for social interaction and accessibility to agricultural amenities such as food and retail and public services and nature. So how do we actually improve that? Improve accessibility and public spaces, be part of that welcoming infrastructure for smaller communities. However, the negative experiences of racism and discrimination, and also reported by the racialized newcomers, affecting not only their mental well-being, but also how they perceive the safety of public space, the sense of belonging, and the overall welcoming infrastructure in the whole society. So what is important for municipalities is to combat racism and inequity by investigating and improving public spaces, improving transit and public services, supporting immigrant businesses, cultural events and amenities. And also important for municipalities to do is to engage immigrants to co-create the much needed social infrastructure to support migrants and all members of the community, because it's not about us without us, and without that engagement with newcomers and understanding their lived experiences as well as their own perspectives, and we won't be able to really create that welcoming community to embrace migrants to our society and also build that connection with the host communities. If you are interested and have more time, you can search my research lab, diversity lab. There's the Under Place Matters, actually showcase all this photo voice collection, and I use it as a digital exhibition to help us to spread the word out and also play a role in future policy conversations and community conversations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, and for using this creative methodology. And when we talk about immigration and visuals, we usually don't enjoy such a beautiful visual. So thank you so much. Next, we have Carolina Nikelska-Sekwa from University of Warsaw and Jagiellonian Universities, who's gonna present on visualizing migration in time of crisis, covering Polish-Belarusian and Polish-Ukrainian border movement perspective from Poland. And welcome to Toronto, because I know you came yesterday and you're leaving tomorrow. So thank you so much for making that happen.
Thank you very much for this nice introduction. Hello, good morning. Yes, my name is Karolina Nikielska-Sekua. I'm Marie Curie postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Warsaw. I'm going to talk about visualizing migration in times of crisis, and since the title was already excellently presented, I'll move to the next one. But before I do that, I would like to thank the organizers for having me. It was a really nice invite, and I'm really honored to be here. I'm going to discuss two border crisis events and its implications for analyzing the images depicting the crisis, as I call it, at Polish-Belarusian border and Polish-Ukrainian border, and most importantly, produced by the Polish government. And I'll tell you more about it in a minute. A little bit about these two crises. The situation at the Polish-Belarusian border started happening, we can say, in August 2021. It was called by Polish officials as a hybrid war, and it was connected to the massive influx of people trying to apply for asylum in Poland or trying to enter Poland and the EU. While the other border situation, border crisis was happening at Polish-Ukrainian border starting of February 2022, when Russian invasion in Ukraine was extended into a bigger scale. The pictures I'm presenting in this presentation are coming from my source, the governmental portal. I will explain it later. What is important to note before I start is that Polish-Belarusian and Polish-Ukrainian border is at the same time the eastern border of the EU. So entering Poland means entering the EU. It's on the forefront, kind of, if it comes to this migration movement. I found that there were some significant disparities in the presentation of the situation at the two borders, and this is what I'm going to discuss today. So that you understand the situation fully, it is important also to know that there was some kind of a void of information, visual information created in a public discourse in Poland around the first border, the Polish-Belarusian border. It was because of the ban that was introduced by by the government on entering the border zone, and it prevented journalists and prevented activists from producing images from this border. So the images are very well, scarce, we may say. So what I did, I collected images that were presented along with the news from the two borders and the events and its implications, the events happening at the two borders. And I retrieved them from gov.pl portal. This is the very encompassing information service of Polish government. It covers very many units, from the most important ones, such as Prime Minister's office, ministries, to very local ones, as local fire stations, local hospitals. So it was this sort of information. I also analyzed the border guards webpage, which was referred a lot at the governmental one, but was not part of it. I conducted thematic analysis on the images that I retrieved, images, pictures, footages, graphics, and not only the visual content was taken into account, but also the information coming from the sound, framing, ambience. So it was a less the visual analysis and more the multi-sensory analysis of this visuals. It doesn't work. Yeah, no. So I grouped my findings into four thematic areas that were recurrent when I was analyzing the images. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to present some contrasts that are quite obvious in these two border depictions. And then I will try to theorize these findings a little bit and provide some very preliminary explanations of, or my ideas of why there's such big differences between the two. First, the findings: uniformed services type and role, material objects, depiction of the people on the move, and the ambience and symbols. This was main recurring themes in the analysis. Let's start from the uniformed services. And you can see through the subtitles which pictures are coming from which border, let's say, from which depictions of which border. At the Polish-Belarusian border, the services that were mostly depicted were army, police, border guards, and they were engaged in patrolling, guarding, and repelling physical attacks on the border. They wouldn't make direct contact with the migrants. Maybe they would just shout some orders, but never engage into real conversation. And the narrative that was conveyed through these images was the one of the border protector. On the other hand, at the Polish-Ukrainian border, the services, uniformed services that were present were mainly border guards. Sometimes it was also firefighters, especially at the reception centers, and they were actively engaging in assisting the refugees to cross. So they literally carried their luggages through the cross points, carried their children, so that they can cross even easily. The border guards would make direct contact with the refugees, and firefighters were depicted as organizing activities for refugee children. Material objects presented at the two borders, at the depictions, governmental depictions of the two borders. At Polish-Belarusian border, it was military equipment and vehicles, construction of the wall that was created. At the beginning, it was, in the first pictures, it was a provisional wall from the wired fence, as you can see here, and later it got professional. So the first picture that I presented, this is the professional wall that was constructed. So a lot of visual attention was made into the construction of this wall. The border was materialized as a fortified line. The crossing was shown as barricaded. Military equipment and also the military personnel as well, along with the wall, often served as the background for governmental press briefings. As we can see here, this is a Minister of National Defense. On the other hand, at the Polish-Ukrainian border, the material objects that were prevailing were luggage, toys, facilities welcoming the refugees with beds, with dining places, all the equipment that is to be found in dining places. And the border materialized as a crossing point widely open, so not a fortified line, but rather a crossing. Depiction of the people on the move. At the Polish-Belarusian border, the people that were depicted in these governmental narratives were mostly males with dark hairs, birds, often with hoods and cover faces. They were presented in masses, in big groups, rather than as individuals, and their actions were oriented on forcing the border, standing and observing. Later, in later visual narrations, not those from the beginning, but from some months later, around November 21, Belarusian military started being also depicted as pushing these people towards the border and blocking their way back. So this role was also underlined in visual narrations. Women and children were almost absent from these images, but some footages from makeshift camps at the border, and we could see children and women, but it was really like unproportionally low number of images that would actually present them. And sometimes children's voices were heard at the footages, but the intention wasn't to actually present these voices, rather it was unintentional. Some materials depicted refugees as a direct threat, presenting visuals allegedly retrieved from their mobile phones. I'm not showing these pictures here. Do not reproduce this. But generally, at the press briefing of Ministry of National Defense and Ministry of Interior, there were pictures presented allegedly retrieved from mobile phones of the refugees, and the themes at these pictures were connotations with ISIS, with Daesh, residents in Russia, and also some unaccepted sexual preferences. At the Polish-Ukrainian border, the people were depicted as white females with children. When we looked at them, when I looked at them, what it reminded me was the aesthetic of European travelers. We know that they were not travelers, but this is how it was presented at the pictures. People depicted were given agency. They often were given a chance to pose to the pictures. Sometimes they even smiled, especially at these pictures at the reception centers, and the pictures taken later, not in February, but March, April, and a little bit later. And of course, we can say that demography explains the profile of Ukrainian refugees. We know that that males were banned from leaving Ukraine, so we would expect females and children. But we also know that there were students from many countries in Africa that were escaping Ukraine, but they were not depicted at all at these visual narrations of the government. On the other hand, at the Belarusian border, women and children were really almost not present, but we know that they were there physically. We have data from many activist groups, from Grupa Granica, so we have proofs they were there, but they were not depicted. And the ambience and symbols. So Polish-Belarusian border, the whole kind of the ambience of these pictures was reminiscent of a war zone. It was a warlike situation. What was presented. There was chaos and shouting at the footages, and the situation was framed as a war threat rather than as a humanitarian crisis. Military uniforms and Polish flag were very often highlighted. On the other hand, the situation at the Polish-Ukrainian border was framed as a well-managed humanitarian crisis. The atmosphere that was prevailing at the images was the one of the hospitality. There were graphics in Ukrainian flags colors, Ukrainian flags present there, and the descriptions at these graphics were in Ukrainian language. So let me now offer some theorizations of this these empirical findings from the images, and maybe some explanations of these disparities. So it's quite clear that the gov.pl portal, where I sourced my images, provided an overview of performative actions of making the border. At the first border, the Polish-Belarusian border, these actions included patrolling, repelling attacks, and safeguarding. At the other border, the border with Ukraine, the migration was, at the Polish-Belarusian border, the migration was criminalized, and the visuals were oriented on governing migration through crime. On the Polish-Ukrainian border, on the other hand, these practices of performing the border were oriented on more conventional passport checking and assisting people to cross, as we could see. What I found in these images was the creation and or sustaining of something that I call the patriarchal myth of a refugee. And this myth goes, the creation of this myth goes, I argue that it goes back to the 2015. In 2015, during the another humanitarian crisis that the Europe faced connected to the migration through the Mediterranean Sea, the image of an undeserving refugee was created, and Polish politicians happily contributed to this image, even though Poland was not much, if not at all, involved in the ongoing humanitarian crisis back then. This image of the undeserving refugee, that is male, arriving in large numbers, often without family and non-European, was reproduced during the 2021 crisis and events at the Polish-Belarusian border, and supported in Polish narrations with a nation's defender rhetoric. And what is this nation defender rhetoric? Well, there were arguments that males are supposed to stay in the country and protect the country, their women, children, rather than leave the country, especially not live alone. So obviously, living alone and showing, being male and showing at the Polish-Belarusian border was seen as dishonorable in this rhetoric. And by the negation, a patriarchal myth of the deserving refugee was created. It was vulnerable, female, and associated with a child. And then suddenly, in February 2022, the deserving refugee hit the borders of the EU, and especially Poland, who had the largest numbers of those crossings. And I argue that this image, carefully created, helped shape positive responses to the Ukrainian situation in Europe. Opening the borders to these deserving refugees constituted supporting the patriarchal myth of a refugee. And this is nicely summarized, if I can use even this word, by the Minister of National Defense in his emotional speech to the soldiers working at Polish-Belarusian border during the Easter meeting in April 22. That is after the situation at the Ukrainian border occurred. He said, "We share the good of security with refugees from Ukraine. They found shelter in Poland. These are indeed refugees, meaning these are real refugees. Those are the ones that we deserve here." So he really positioned those at the Belarusian border against those at the other border trying to enter. And this was quickly picked up in a grassroots narrations by local institutions. This is a poster from a Polish city of Zakopane, a quite conservative, quite patriarchal city. And it says, "Daddy, I'm safe here in Zakopane," reproducing the patriarchal myth of a refugee. And the third thing I would like to mention as theorization of these findings relates to racialization of the bodies at the border and genderization actually as well. So the issue of whiteness as privileging was recurrent when comparing the reception of Ukrainians in the EU and other European responses to the past influxes of asylum seekers, including the one at the Polish-Belarusian border. Some researchers, however, suggested that in early analysis of media coverage, it seemed that the positive responses were shaped by the deserving refugee image rather than by the white privilege. Nevertheless, in the visual depictions, in my findings of the visual depictions of the refugees at the two borders, I find very strong racializing and genderizing characteristic that I just presented here. The intersection of race and gender led to featuring mostly white females and children at the Polish-Ukrainian border and darker males at the Polish-Belarusian border. Hence, it seems that there is a need for further investigation. We perhaps have too little research to say something about it, but there is a possibility that the white privilege actually could also have played a role here. And let me conclude now. It seems that visuals are central in governing migration. The visual narrations of migration matter. They are actively used by the governmental units to shape and legitimize the responses to border management. And it became very obvious 2 weeks ago, actually, or maybe a little bit more, when the movie, not the documentary, the movie was released in Poland of Agnieszka Holland, trying to tell the story of the events happening at the border, and perhaps filling this void of information that I mentioned because of the ban on this border. And it was also right before the elections, and the politicians of the governing party had a kind of moral panic and started accusing the artists, the actors taking part in the movie of presenting a false picture of the border. So even though it was really not a documentary, it was a movie. So it seems that the visual narrations really matter in shaping the public discourse of migration. And the other thing that I wanted to comment a little bit on is well, the similarities in the approaches undertaken by the Polish government to the two events with the general EU policies. So it seems that the approaches to the influx of people fleeing the war in Ukraine align with broader EU policies, with Poland positioned at the forefront line of humanitarian crisis and reinforcing European humanitarian values. And this is quite obvious, but it also seems that the situation at the Polish-Belarusian border reflects common EU immigration policy. The responses to the influx of people at the EU-Belarusian border appear rooted in the approaches commonly developed in the EU during the 2015 mass immigration to the EU through the Mediterranean Sea. What is often perceived and presented, interestingly, both by the supporters and the critics as a unilateral action of the Polish conservative government aimed at preventing the EU from being flooded. This is how it is presented by refugees. Non-European refugees is essentially another manifestation of the EU de facto immigration policy, primarily focused on safeguarding the well-being of European citizens rather than prioritizing the life saving of those stranded on land and at the sea. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carolina. This was really great and timely analysis of racialized and gender dimension of the control of border movement. I really enjoyed your talk. Next, we have Maria Gentova from McMaster University, who's going to present on understanding migrant use of government social media, a comparative study of user interaction.
Well, thank you so much for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here. So Before I start with my presentation, just want to mention a couple of things about myself. Obviously, I'm a white female, so I'm privileged, and I'm located in Toronto. I'm a settler. So what you will see in my presentation today kind of has this input from my own self in it. Before joining McMaster University as an assistant professor in political science and Master of Public Policy in Digital Society, I actually was a practitioner. I used to work for immigration, refugees, and citizenship of Canada for a number of years. And then I worked in the policy area in Ontario government. So aside from this kind of more practical side of me, I was always interested in public administration subfield of political science. Some countries have public administration as a separate discipline altogether, but in Canada, public administration kind of merged with political science. So some of the aspects of my presentation will be related to more of a government look on how things should be done or has to be done. So take it with a grain of salt, but I am looking at it from the migrants' perspective at the same time. Last but not the least, I don't think my presentation has any images at all, but because it is on social media, and we heard today, especially in Chris's presentation, about the role of visualization of data. And I did use the social network analysis that I'm going to be talking about, but I don't have because there was no networks, I didn't even come up with a picture of it for the presentation. So just situating myself there. So the study that I'm going to be presenting today actually stems from my dissertation research. And when I was doing my dissertation research, it was around 2015, when social media in government was pretty brand new. And I did get a lot of interest from folks who were using government social media to participate in the interviews for this research. However, at this iteration, I have been so I've been exhausted by now that I probably will give up on trying to recruit migrant social media users, just because it took me about 3 months to land 2 interviews. And although I will try to bring their perspectives into what I'm going to be talking about, it's kind of a very interesting shift in how the technology that government is using is actually perceived by those who are using these platforms for one way or another. So again, just to give you a little bit of a context from the public administration side of things and public administration literature, and a little bit from the migrant social media user side of things. So these literatures, as you probably can imagine, don't really intersect with each other. And this is what I was trying to do with my dissertation research, to actually show that government social media use can be a value add for social media users using this platform, using a case study of Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada, use of, well, still Twitter, X, and Facebook. So in terms of the government social media use, when it was in its early days of 2013, 2015, a lot of public administration literature was actually focusing on how great the technology is and how it can help government to communicate whatever the government wants to communicate, and help to create the folks who will be engaging with government. So government is no longer kind of a distant thing that you will never be experiencing in your life unless you go to a government office. You are a part of the network the government is, and you can communicate with governments through social media, have this direct two-way conversations, contribute to the policy ideas, and so on and so forth. However, still to this day, there is no kind of clear indication of, is it actually happening the way how it was envisioned in 2015? There is a lot of different instances of examples of how government use social media, and they vary across different jurisdictions, even within the same country. Depending on the level of government, the use of social media can be very, very different, and local government and can be much more collaborative and with the whole set of limitations on who is on social media, how it generates, and so on, the content that you consume, and so on and so forth. But there is an opportunity to be on social media and kind of contribute to the government policy conversations. However, in Canada, the use of social media is pretty much limited to customer service function of social media. So IRCC that I was researching on would be using social media just to provide feedback for people who will use their platforms and ask them some questions. Another really important thing that studies highlight is that the quality of information on government social media is actually paramount importance, because this is the vehicle of providing reliable and accurate information that folks can take and can go and run with to be able to apply for a visa, to be able to get to know about a new program, or at the point where Canadians could not be coming back into Canada with another passport from another country if you're a dual citizen, promote some information like this and share it with the audience. That would be much broader as opposed to just doing a press release. So on the other hand, the migration literature, the literature that is used in migration studies talk about social media users, migrant social media users as a distinct group, because they really have their own information needs. It's also used to be, and I think still, to the best of my knowledge, remains fairly positive that social media is kind of actually helping the migration processes, although we will talk a little bit about this as I move on with my presentation. And then there is still evidence that folks would use government social media to verify what information they found elsewhere. So this is still considered to be a source for reliable and accurate information. Although again, when I'm talking about migrants, I'm using it as a collective. It really depends if you're talking about economic migrants or you're talking about a refugee and so on and so forth, because obviously their information needs will be very, very different. So the study that I hoped to do, and it's still kind of a really, really big work in progress at this point. What you're seeing today is very preliminary results is going to answer these two questions. So I'm specifically interested in how social media users interact on immigration agencies' social media accounts. And I also want to look not just at immigration agencies, but hopefully at health and environment, because these are also two other areas where misinformation and disinformation is widely being spread, and the government role in kind of monitoring the quality of information on the government social media accounts. But I'm also super interested in if social media users who are a part of government social media platforms, if they spread this misinformation. And this is something that actually stands out from my PhD research, because what I noticed then, and this was not a part of my dissertation, but it was very interesting finding for me, that both on X and especially on Facebook, there were quite a few messages remaining not moderated by government whatsoever, promoting how to get a fake passport to come to Canada, or promoting some sort of illegal ways to obtain, point blank illegal ways to obtain false documents to be able to work, and so on and so forth. So now, of course, after the pandemic, but like with moving into the information overload area and the social media playing such an important or important for lack of better word role in spreading misinformation and disinformation, that becomes even more important. So the study that I've been undertaking, aside from public administration literature that I really didn't want to cover in the sake of the interest of time, also is grounded in literature on social networks. And of course, social media is just a means of creating this networks. And there is a lot of conversation that in the earlier literature that social network use in migration studies kind of generated from interest in social capital and how this social capital is distributed through social networks, and social media being a technology that would enable the social network to work. So overall, from this literature, one of the important findings is that social media is considered to be an important source of information, although there are definitely emerging studies on saying that there is a surveillance context, and this was definitely highlighted today here. Folks are avoiding using social media altogether because they don't want to be tracked or don't want to be associated with a part of a social network through the analysis, such as social network analysis that can be done. But overall, the outlook on social media use is still pretty positive. Another important thing that I want to bring your attention to is kind of literature that is more from the political science area, and it looks at political science communications area, looks at social media as a vehicle to spread dis and misinformation, and specifically dis and misinformation about migration. There have been quite a few studies conducted showing what are the most typical messages that are being spread on social media, such as, certain ethnicities are associated with violence, they will be coming to the host country and committing crimes, and this kind of narrative being perpetuated in what's being shared. It's probably a different story to understand how this overlaps with the discourse that the migrants themselves are having, because there are these echo chambers, and pretty much my assumption would be that they probably don't intersect. But in the context of government social media, those two worlds actually meet pretty heads on. And that's why it's kind of very interesting to understand the quality of information being available through social media, even if we're talking about people on the migration side of things, double checking and triple checking their sources of information, although how this mis and disinformation can be shaping their their ways of doing things. All right. Last but not the least, on the theoretical side of things, or not theoretical, but kind of framework side of things, is the concept of latent bias. And I believe that this concept is very important because it kind of helps you to understand that even if you are not using social media directly and you're not communicating with anyone, you're still consuming the content that's being available there. And this might never become anything more than just being present and just consuming the content. But at the same time, it can serve as a source of information that can either impede the migration process or, on the other hand, kind of push it forward. So, because I have 5 minutes left, I don't have too much to talk about from the results perspective, but in terms of the research methods, I was going to use the analysis of tweets from two immigration agencies, IRCC and the UK Home Office. And when I originally collected the data, I wanted to do it for 3 months worth of data, but because I don't have anything to triangulate it with, I went back and collected the whole years of data from March 2022 to February 2023. And I am using computer-assisted network and toxicity analysis, as well as manual content analysis, although I'll have to talk a bit about content analysis, manual content analysis, and how it's just a huge, as you see, over 55K of tweets, or in the case of UK Home Office, it's closer to 100,000 of tweets to be analyzed. So I'm gonna skip this probably, but you can have a look here or in the paper about how this two different agencies are managed. I just want to mention that the UK Home Office has much broader mandate as opposed to IRCC, because they're not, and this is very symbolic, but they're not just responsible for immigration and passport policies, they are also responsible for crime, fire, counterterrorism, and police. And although I'm not doing any analysis as a part of this presentation of what the messages are coming out from this, from UK Home Office, but the difference in tone between kind of Canadian framing of things and UK Home Office is very, very obvious when you look both at the tweets and the images that support this. So really briefly about what I found in terms of the preliminary results. So the interesting thing from the social network analysis is that even if there is misinformation that I personally classified as misinformation, it's not being spread too much outside of the network created, well, or lack of network created. It's kind of like more bi-directional communication. In IRCC's case, it's pretty much between the agency and the government social media user, although it's compared to my study in 2015, it's pretty much non-existent, I would say, at this time. With Home Office, it's just one directional conversations from social media users addressed to the Home Office. So what is interesting, though, is that both accounts are dominated by tweets that are expressing opinions. So this kind of function of social media to be a customer service tool that it used to be in 2015 for IRCC is probably no longer as obvious as it was back then, and for a number of reasons, because kind of they were still very backlogged from the COVID-19 pandemic times, pretty much across any line of immigration that you can imagine. Another interesting thing is that, and this is kind of what the differences are between these two government agencies, is that IRCC social media specifically is dominated by social media users asking for kind of help or advice or doing some sort of advocacy. So they would advocate for a specific program to be prioritized over another program for a variety of reasons. Obviously, international students want to have their, papers to be able to study in Canada legally, as opposed to being in limbo and not understanding what's going to happen to them. But at the same time, the UK Home Office X account was dominated by folks who would be fighting with each other and who would have very polarized opinions on the UK Home Office policies. So either it would be not tough enough for those who are on the very ultra conservative side of the spectrum, or it would be inhumane for those folks who would be kind of saying that the response that the government is taking towards refugee crisis is just inhumane. All right, so future work, which kind of concludes of what I was going to present on today, will be trying to understand how do I conceptualize misinformation being shared, and how do I do it in the way that I don't need a research team of 100 people to be able to do something like this. So one thing that I am thinking is just understanding what the typical messages of misinformation are, and looking like searching for these messages in the data that I have. Or another message could be an AI-assisted analysis based on toxicity and sentiment analysis scores. And I'm happy to take any questions about toxicity and sentiment analysis. I just don't want to derail the conversation on the methodology too much, given the time that I have. So I'm also going to try to figure out if there is another way to triangulate my findings other than pursuing kind of interviews, or if I have to just drop it all together and focus on the social media data that I have. And I think last but not the least, from the government side of things, I would be also really interested to see what are some ways to moderate content on government social media, because government is social media user and regulator at the same time. And as a user, they have, I believe, the need and kind of the prerogative to share this accurate and reliable information. And right now, their social media accounts do not look like it's well moderated place where you want to be and want to read the content on. So thank you so much.
Such a great set of diverse perspective on visual methodology and the study of migration governance. We welcome questions and answers. Please introduce yourself. We're gonna take 3 to 4 questions from in-person participants. Then we're gonna go to my co-chair, who's gonna take 3 to 4 questions from online participants. So if you are attending online, please share your questions on the chat, and we're gonna address them soon. Yes.
Daria, once again, independent research and securitization. So here's my question. It kind of goes all the way across all the presentations. The discussion of law and conceptualization of legal consciousness, that's what I'm hearing in the first iteration. And so the question comes up, is it vague? We talk a lot about people-centered, or rather human-centered, but is humanity contextualized? It is in the Russian legal textbook that I learned that apparently due to 90s situation, whoever knows the history of the 90s of the Russian Federation, due diligence concept was pretty much non-existent because they did not think that they can sustain the due diligence conceptual mind space paradigm in terms of actually using it proactively socially, which surprised me a lot, of course. Further becomes became question who is to decide and who does decide. Some of these questions were exemplified and partially discussed in the first presentation. Then perhaps what is being questioned is if there are any better propositions, because, well, I guess it became much clearer by the end of it. There are definitely cultural integrative efforts. However, there is also a migration, intergroup, and heritage-related complexity once observed passes the exterior consideration, which kind of relates to the prior panel on the construct through the surface rather than interior interpretation. So as mentioned, the consideration of the narratives of the surface. Sociologically, I still see a lot of problematic to conclude that we are in favor of social, psychological, and socioeconomic well-being. More has to be done. While government and officials' presence on social media is much appreciated and creates a layer of counteraction, the misinformations and disinformation, social detriment. I am made to once again wonder of what can we do better. So that's pretty much my question. So what would be done better in all your opinions? And what are we supposed to, like, what do you think we should carry away from today?
Thank you so much, Anna.
Yeah, thank you. I have a few questions. Well, first of all, thank you all for very enriching papers. Robert, yes, I was wondering for a good part. So basically my question to you is, what was the role of images then? It was very interesting, actually, even in style, the images that you showed are very different from those of today. So my question is, in relation to what we discussed in the morning, what was the role of the images as used to, for instance, accuse the people from the student mobilization movement? I don't remember the exact initials. Yes, who was accused to be communist because going to Africa and speaking all these communist leaders.
Right.
So what was at the time the relationship between the image and the text when images were not so easy to circulate? Well, like we need to remember, there was no internet, no email. So these images, I don't know, were taken, developed in, actual hard copy, and or I don't know how they were sent to the newspaper. And so a few days later, they would appear on the newspaper. So if you have a reflection on how this was used then and how it is used now in relation to the work you said you've been doing. And in a way, I have a similar question to Shishi, that it's very, very rich, the account that you gave about the migrants' own, in a way, storytelling of their settlement process. And even settlement is a very loaded Canadian word. But I was wondering whether in the study you reflect on the fact that you invited them to tell the story. The story was not told because of it. So, and I wonder whether these pictures were taken. So for instance, the lady who is taking her citizenship oath, I assume she took the picture anyhow, but then she chose the picture to be part of the narrative. And in that sense, I was wondering whether you reflect on this in your methodology, because I think it's a great methodology, particularly from a place-based perspective. But for instance, what are images that the people took in response to your inquiry and the research process, and the images that people had as part of their own story for themselves? And that begs the question also, who is the audience? So I assume the primary audience was you and the rest of the research team. But well, I assume again, you told them, that that's part of a bigger project, so there will be an audience there on the web. So, I mean, I think it would be interesting if you could tell us how you reflected on this. Going to the paper by Carolina and Maria, so which are all both very interesting and very revealing. Actually, Carolina, I'm still looking to find the film by Agnieszka Holland, but I can't remember if I've mentioned that there is a sort of documentary done by Kasia Smutniak, who is a relatively famous actress in Italy, and she's of Polish origin. And it's a true documentary, and it is very interesting on how she also tries, in kind of an amateurish way, tries to show these differences that you, how can I say, that you present in the analysis. But I wonder to what extent, and this is where my question relates also to Maria, how we should connect the analysis with actually the broader policy context and policy discourse. So the analysis doesn't surprise us, does it? Really, what you find doesn't surprise us. So I wonder, again, in relation to what we were discussing this morning, could we say that this was, the chronicle of a death foretold? It was a chronicle that we expected. And in that sense, Maria was also thinking very interesting. So I'm familiar with the tutor of IRCC, not of the home office, because sometimes it pops up on my phone. but then it reminds me that the organizational culture of IRCC is probably very different from that of the Home Office. And for one thing that I can say, although I don't know in detail the organizational culture of IRCC, is IRCC in Canada is about enabling innovation. It's about making things happen, welcoming people, making them thrive here. And Home Office, I can very well imagine, is about stopping migration, preventing people from coming. So is it again, should we just, after all, it's not about, the social media or the images, everything was, how can I say, predetermined by their missions or organizational culture.
And then,
Thanks to all the panelists. I have some individual questions, but, so Robert, I'm just wondering, I don't want to ask you about the visual side of things, but you said you're working on the book, about the historical process, and I was wondering, do you feel the US was prompting to sign on to the protocol because their economy at that time was actually kind of crashing. And just having lived in the US before, and I do not feel, or both, that US is actually one of the global colonizers in this kind of narrative that holds up the pretense that they're the freedom fighter, and in many ways they are, but it's also for profit. And I think, some of the discussions we've had today is, in terms of visual governance is, how are images being curated, marketed, commodified, and what are we actually seeing on these, like, whether traditional media platforms or the newer social media platforms, because, beyond surveillance is like they're profitizing, right? So, so that's my question to you. Dr. Is it? Sorry, I need to look at the bio. Yes. I loved your, photo voice approach, and I'm wondering, do you have plans to continue to engage, the participants or consider other research approaches such as like cell phones, so they can make short videos with the cell phone, and perhaps that can also provide richer, narratives as well. And I wonder if, Dr. Chintova, whether the triangulation can come from something, for you to engage communities. You're talking about using AI and, like sentiment analysis, but, those are very kind of like scale-based, positivist types of like, approaches, but I think it can be balanced when you use certain approaches where you actually, evoke, the narrative of the end user, or maybe even, on the other side, policy actors, bureaucrats, because I mean, they, as Anna said, they have the mission to do, but whether do they actually agree with it or not? I don't think IRCC is fully embracing, because, I was receiving a lot of global colleagues emails about the International AIDS Conference that took place in Montreal last year, and so many of them received scholarship. No, and 2 weeks,
We have that.
2 weeks prior to the conference, they're like emailing me, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do? We do what we can, but I think the immigration policy is still very racist. Whether they call it or not, it is exclusionary. And Dr. Sorry, I just need to look at your names. Caroline, thank you so much. I was glancing through your paper, and I did see an image where I think it's good that you put it there, but it also, kind of raised the question of whether it should stay there, at least when I first looked at it, because I was like, ooh, interesting imagery. I don't see them a lot. And it's about what the border patrols found from the Afghani cell phone. And I wonder You know, in that context, I know why you put it there. And that's a very specific framing of why we should not have, you know, Afghani or terrorists or, you know, people who engage in bestiality or, you know, like, certain types of, you know, sex that is not, condoned. But I also think, you know, I don't know what the answer is. And I think, you know, just by knowing how a lot of times, the normative, you know, scholarly community, which can either be very like traditional conservative or it can be very progressive, right? Like, so how do you determine whether or not to put that image in your paper? And do you think, you know, from an ethical standpoint, does it really help promote, you know, the Afghani refugees or migrants, or could it potentially hurt them? Or do you think it's just a very messy kind of conversation that, you know, you don't even know the answer to? So.
I have a question to Robert. Basically, thank you very much for Robert, you presented it as kind of, I know it's a short presentation, but you elaborate a little bit about the complexities of the propaganda war in terms of, you presented it at the end that was really about the US worrying about the image. And I understand this one. Can you elaborate a little bit on the image? And their worry was about domestic consumption or global consumption, because they laugh at how kind of, how you can reduce it to that, because the propaganda has its own kind of machinery and traditions and things, and they were, I don't know, I mean, better or worse, but they were taking with more skepticism. But I'm just kind of thinking, having lived through kind of some of having the consumption, a consumer of some of that in my childhood, I think there is like, I don't know, I mean, I don't want to, it's not about polarizing propagandas from both empires, it's just about that you can really reduce legislative modes. Elaborate. Thank you very much. I'm just really struck by the role of nature in making, and I'm just thinking whether, I mean, I can elaborate a little bit to what extent people are in the process of integration. They are embedded in their more history of the nation, and particularly ownership. And because homemaking is about ownership, home, bar, shop, stuff like that. But nature is ownership of nature is very, if you like, is especially kind of. I'm just wondering how they feel it is our nature. It's really good.
Thank you so much. So let's answer by the order of your presentation. Then we're gonna take 2-3 questions from the online participants. I'm sure you will address a lot of the questions that may be already asked online, but we also want to include our online participants. Then we're gonna come back to the in-person participants. So we'll start with Robert, Lucy, Carolina, then Maria.
So I guess in response to the first query about legal interpretation, the answer that I'm looking for is more on the judicial side, in that if class act, I'm going to be hypothetical, that may not be hypothetical. If a class action suit is filed against U.S. government for its treatment of refugees at the border, and a judge, for example, as we saw in the case of Grace v. Whitaker, with a group of migrants in Guatemala, and the judge posed the question, which is one of the question I want him to pose or her to pose, which is, what are our legal obligations towards refugees? What are we actually obliged to do under the treaty? That's it's less of a sociological question or philosophical question I'm after, it's really a legal question. And the answer is look to the treaty. The treaty's answer is ambiguous. It's not clear what exactly either the 51 Convention or the 67 Protocol demand of countries in regards to the treatment of refugees. We know that the way that they're treated is that they are treated like pawns in some sort of a global game that's led to the creation of 35 million refugees without status worldwide. So my goal in writing this thing is that a judge says, I'm actually going to look to the treaty. Using the Vienna Convention of 1980, Articles 32 and 33, I'm going to look to the meaning of the treaty to determine what the obligations are. Since it's not clear, I'm going to look back to the negotiating history. And luckily for me and us, all of us, the negotiating history is filled, this is sort of an answer to your question, is filled with lofty utterances about the West's commitment to human rights. So, in other words, if you want to use the word intention, I think was appropriate, the intention of the framers of the 67 Protocol was to fulfill lofty ideals regarding ensuring that the human potentialities of refugees are realized and that they don't languish in camps or at borders or without status for decades and years, as is now the case. So that's what I'm after. It's really make that legal. Where do the images come from? The TV was playing an enormous role, but there's an interesting answer, Anna, in a very interesting article that was written by Derek Bell on the Brown v. Board of Education. One of the things that we would like to think is that these images of horrendous racist violations of human rights in the streets in the South led to a coming to Jesus on the part of Southern whites. And Derek Bell argues that that's false, that there was a pride in a lot of the unbelievably belligerent violent actions that were committed in the South. And that the actual effect of these images was to shift voters' attitudes in the North. So the incredibly risky for the Democratic Party was to lose the North because of the images of the South. So something had to be done. So that shifts our perspective a little bit. We, like I said, we want to think. We look at these psycho images. Have you ever been, for example, to the Civil Rights Museum in Memphis, and you look at the unbelievably insane, or Atlanta, in the Civil Rights Museum, these crazed whites attacking. You think, oh my goodness, they realized how horrendous. No, nonsense. For the most part, not what happened. So, as for whether or not it was the economic side, there's no economic argument that I can see. First of all, late 60s, not particularly pressed in the US. And secondly, pardon me?
Not at first, but during the 67, I looked at it first. So it was actually getting down.
So there's no reason why you'd sign on to international refugee law because you were in an economic downturn. It would not seem to me. The interesting question, I think, is given that the US had advocated for the 51 Convention and had been deeply engaged, deeply involved in negotiation. You can look back to the negotiating history of the 51 Convention to see the role that the US played. Once again in the 60s, and I think the argument that's generally made is this was pure Cold War politics. It had nothing to do with the economy. But the other side that you pick up that I do appreciate very much is the imperial side. We bombed. Not only did they bomb North Vietnam, they also bombed South Vietnam because this is an imperial project. But I'm not quite sure why they would then.
Because the U.S. in terms of foreign policy, they never meddle with any internal conflicts unless they have an economic interest.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could arguably say that about
by signing on the protocol, they get a lot of access, right?
right there, like the freedom fighter. Yes, I don't know about access, they get a lot of maybe good press, or hopefully, that maybe this is what they're after. It goes back to your question also, is what, is
not
this
at
a
the
propaganda? Yeah, I claim that somehow they're on the side of the righteous. But if I want to be more cynical along with you, which I think would be appropriate, you're bombing Vietnam. The LBJ deepened the engagement. He did not like the engagement, deepened the engagement in the Vietnam War. At unimaginable human cost of suffering, pain, murder, and so forth. So one argument might be that this is a very small concession. The irony, of course, of this small concession is that it leads to 1975, the boat people. So so I was thinking, after watching that play, which if you can get your hands on it, it's fascinating. There seems to be a kind of realization on the part of LBJ that he was creating human horror on an unprecedented scale. So does he, in his fight with McNamara, which was very blatant and open, does he give a slight concession to the human rights regime and to international refugee law by signing on to this thing? Well, I unfortunately have not, I've been through the government, I've been through the LBJ archives, and I'm looking for the kind of, holy shit, I can't believe I'm doing this. Let's see if I can figure something out here. Oh, I know, let's help the refugees. One of the things that's come clear to me is that when they talked about refugees from Vietnam, when they talked about refugees even from Korea, they thought of it as an internal displacement, not people who are likely to someday come to the US. Again, I was kind of expecting to see that, like, oh my God, we're going to be dealing with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people who are going to come to our shores. That was not in any of the documents, internal documents, declassified documents. As far as they were concerned, I think, based on what I read about the debate inside of the White House in the 60s, was the definition of a refugee is like a ballet dancer in the Soviet Union. It's not somebody whose farm we destroyed in Southeast Asia. So that somewhat more simplistic kind of we're going to make good here doesn't apply. So I think you're more cynical. Like this is an empirical project. The Empire project is probably a lot more true. So anyway, so that's the economic question. And then what images? Where do the images come from? I mean, I guess, there are lots of journalistic images. We talked a little about this in the first session about the source of news images. I think that one of the things that happened is that the Soviet Union jumped on images of dogs attacking black people in the streets and Helma and so forth and so on, and spread them rapidly. You didn't need the internet in the 1960s to display images and pictures on posters and so forth. So I think you can nonetheless do it. There may have been somewhat of a delay, but I also really emphasize the power of TV at this time. Again, it comes back to what you were asking. The TV in the North, the Vietnamese nightmare and the nightmare of the civil rights atrocities committed against blacks were projected in people's faces. Like really, the TV cameras were on and running. So
it was for domestic consumption, for US consumption, maybe.
It was for US consumption mainly, absolutely. However, it gets out there. It gets out there, however, I went to, where is she from, Denmark? A number of people, I went to that conference in Denmark. Lena's from Denmark. I thought,
But I'm mindful that other people want to also answer.
yeah, so I went to Denmark and thought, there must be some sort of a connection here. I learned that Abernathy, of all people, was in Denmark and Sweden advocating on behalf of refugee fighter pilots who had fled the Vietnam War and sought status. And then Abernathy, the great, the guy who held Martin Luther King up when he got shot, then turned towards the question of refugees in Denmark and Sweden. So anyhow, how do these things get around? It's amazing to follow some of these paths. It's super interesting question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Schwan.
Yeah, actually, I think I can first cover the question from Anna and from Christian, especially about the methodology, methodological approaches. And I did mention that in draft, but I did not talk about it during the presentation. The reflection on that, absolutely, I would want to also talk about the limitation of the methodology. When I conducted the photo voice, because my initial step was to invite those participants from coast to coast to coast through the LEAPS, the local immigration partnership that is a federal government initiated partnership program in different cities, different communities. And at the time I conducted the study during COVID, there were 77 across the country. So I initially, this part of the bigger project. So I initially did the interview and survey with these LEAPS coordinators who are basically working in the front line, connecting with the local communities from different communities across the country. So I have already developed the initial contact with them. Then I send out the project, photo voice project information through this network. And then all those participants, to some extent, they had some kind of like connection with all these local immigrant settlement agencies or providers. And then they responded to me. Then we had first the interview to collect the information and address those the stories of their lived experiences. But also because of COVID, everything was done online. And then we talk about this the output as a digital exhibition, that there are stories to be shared with the public and taking up to decision makers. But also we did not have the opportunity to group them together. So all the interview section was done individually, one-on-one, online. And after that, we gave each participant the kind of like the photo voice training, not about technology, not about how to take photos, but it's why you choose this image and what is the meaning to you, why it's important, why you have to say something about this image. And then they are also expected to provide maximum 100 words as the captioning. As a caption for that image to tell us the meaning they want to convey. And some of them did use their cell phone to take videos. And I did provide some of the short video clips on the website. But then that training sessions basically to reflect on this kind of like the stories, their personal narrative, their personal journeys, and how they want to share with the wider community without any like breaking down any linguistic or cultural barriers, because you don't want to just present this finding on a paper, on a written paper, but through images, through the visuals, but also as the creator of that image, they want to tell people what is this, what is the meaning of this image, of this visual, why this is important to me, because it's really subjective. But again, the limitation of this methodology is if the ultimate goal is to push forward to promote any kind of a social policy change, how can we take it to the next level? And we did not provide the opportunity for these participants to share their stories among themselves and have that kind of like empowerment through these discussions and idea exchange. But they only talk to us as a researcher. But we try to we are mindful of that power dynamic because we don't want to impose our ideology or our thought process onto the participants, because we value your stories. We want to treat your stories like our babies. So that's our positionality to say, yes, it's important, but how would you like to share with us? So there was that co-creation process during the training section. Not that we teach them how to do it, but they tell us, like based on the information we collected during the interviews, they tell us how they want to visualize it. and whether or not they can get that citizenship ceremony picture from their own photo album, or they want to take new pictures to showcase other aspects of their lived experiences in that smaller city. So, and then another thing is, I use this project as a pilot because the sample size is small. It was only done online, and the sample size from each city is just like 1 or 2 or 3. And we did not provide that really the collective knowledge creation process for all the participants. And also we did not really take it to policymakers, decision makers. And initially I'm planning on something like more like dive into case studies and use some of the smaller cities that actually be present in that locale and to talk to decision makers and have that community visioning workshop, inviting the participants to elaborate and illuminate their stories and narratives in front of decision makers and build that dialogue with the planners and policymakers, politicians and community advocates and members and stakeholders. And that's part of like something like lots of limitations emerge from the study. But I do see it as a pilot for me to explore, because I'm really planning on the next step, and we're having the more case study approach to dive into those details, but also like more action oriented. At the end of the day, we want to change the status quo. We want to really come up with more tangible, more effective and meaningful intentional policy for local municipalities, because in fact, and when I talk to the LIPS coordinators from coast to coast to coast, it's really like there's that lack of dialogue. They, as the frontline workers or service providers, a lot of those agencies understand the problem, but they are not decision makers. Well, how can we change the policy? How can we change the status quo? How can we actually build that welcoming infrastructure, especially in smaller cities where resources are limited? And so that's my goal, to reflect on that. Michelle's question about the ownership of nature. So I think lots of participants, not lots, but 13 people, majority of them, they did mention how they appreciate the parks, the mountains, the walking trails, the water here in Canada is free for use. It's accessible, it's free, it's shared. And then, despite the weather, the body cold weather in the winter, they still enjoy using these shared free spaces, not only to build that social connection and interactions, but also help them to really understand people from different backgrounds in that shared space, and also the way for them to interact. And also the physical exercise, the physical activities is important for themselves, for their family members, especially for kids. And so largely they all talk about that kind of like the advantages, accessing to the nature, but also some of them specifically talk about how this nature somehow connected, reflect on their pre-migration identity. Like when Venezuelan refugee, she's indigenous in Venezuela. And when she arrived here in Sault Ste. Marie in Northern Ontario, right away make that connection with the landscape, because it's like that's what the water looked like back home. That's how she accessed to the waterfall, the lake, and the trees, etc. And so that kind of connection with home is important through the nature. However, that hasn't been addressed enough in their narratives about the understanding of the indigenous land and making that connection with the indigenous history and with the communities. And there are like the indigenous refugee from Venezuela, of course, and she easily connect with that, like because of the indigenous knowledge. Only 2 immigrants talk about how important to understand they were shocked when they heard about the residential school stories, and that's how they first know that the past history here, the dark history here in Canada. So they show interest to say, I want to learn more about how to build connection with the land, with the indigenous history, and also the stewardship. And one participant, as I showed her picture in the slide, she did talk about it's the stewardship of maintaining, protecting the land, the nature. We are benefiting from this natural environment, but also how do we give back to the land? And so that ownership, not much, not addressed enough. And interestingly, because this is also the power of the larger study, when I talked to the LIPS coordinators across the country, surprisingly, I did a survey, I did the interview with them. Surprisingly, they prioritize a lot of like economic development, finding jobs and looking for housing and integration issues, etc. But then that indigenous newcomer relationship, how to build that relations, it was considered the least important priority. Like they basically don't have any resources or infrastructure right now to talk about that. And they even in some of the locations, and they are actually surrounded by huge indigenous reserves. But when I did the interview with the coordinator, they thought, oh, I've never thought about that. So that how to build that relation, right? Like we are the settlers to this new land. When we talk about ownership, we talk about stewardship, we talk about the future generation, we talk about how to pay tribute to the indigenous land and how to work together towards reconciliation, but that hasn't been addressed enough. I know someone,
Okay.
Sorry.
I think we're like running out of time. We still like have around 3 minutes. So I want to give the other panelists, please briefly, like 1-2 minutes, if you want to address the most important point about some of the questions we were asked.
Okay.
I think we can go a bit over time. It's not that we have 3 minutes, because I understand there might be some questions from the chat.
Yes. Then, but briefly, because also we have some questions online we want to answer.
Okay, so thank you very much for all the questions. I'll start with connecting the analysis with broader policies. So that's obviously true that what I've shown here, we've all seen it elsewhere. But conducting this analysis helped doing something, I think, important, at least from a Polish perspective, connecting the very conservative and right-wing narrative of the Polish government with broader EU policies, which is not that obvious, especially that the Polish government is very much against the EU in its narrations. The pictures that the government presents come directly from the policy and help shape this policy, help legitimize this policy. So it's not as it was argued in a previous session. It's not that the images changed necessarily the policy, but at least they help to legitimize it. Now, following further on what Anna said about the movie, Agnieszka Holland movie, this moral panic, right, that was created because, it was not a documentary, and I'm aware that the actors participating, they were underlining this is like a documentary because we based the movie on real events, but still it wasn't a regular documentary. But somehow the ruling party felt threatened by creation of this alternative narration, and probably this narration would not have changed the policy. I'm saying would not have changed because we are after elections, and it's possible that this government will not continue. So it would not have changed the policy, but at least. It will make it more difficult to legitimize it in a way. So maybe in this case and many other cases, it's not from the image to the policy, rather the other way around, but they work together. Yes, and now the question about the picture that I didn't show here for purpose. Let me first explain myself why this picture was put in my paper, and then I want to follow up on this relating to a broader issue. So the picture in question was obviously not taken by me. It was all over Polish mainstream media after the press briefing done by the two ministers of Interior and of National Defense.
When was that? Summer 2021?
When?
Yeah.
It was, I have a date, I have an exact date, I can tell you. It was 27th of September 21. Yes. Yes. So why this picture is in the paper? Because I assume the paper is shared just with the other presenters, and I wanted to give the picture of the extent of this visual narration, so to facilitate cross discussion. So that's my explanation. And I decided not to show it. Why? Your question opened an important issue related to our responsibilities as researchers in reproducing visual narrations on migration. Migration researchers do reproduce all the time visual narrations on migrants and migration, and we are unfortunately also responsible for unpositive narrations and also narrations that deprive people, migrants, people on the move from agency, and it is happening all the time. So what we need broadly in migration studies, besides stop doing that, is to perhaps find other ways to visualize our presentations, to visualize our data, or to try to co-produce visuals with the migrants and try to seek agency in what we produce. The photo voice is a method that I also use, is a good one, because then the production of images of migration, those were also images of migration that you shown, right? But they were not this stereotypical that we associate with migration as the ones that we could have seen today, and also in other settings in migration. So just to be quick and conclude, we should take the responsibility for what we show and how we visualize migration, and perhaps what we do is not good enough yet as migration scholars. There were discussions besides visuals in literature that we are sometimes not doing good to our communities that we research, because we are producing knowledge that fits into very efficient deportation policies and other policies, and visuals are just part of this very big discussion.
Thank you. Maria?
Okay, I'll be really brief, not take the time. So thank you so much, everyone, for the questions. For the first question about what can we, I guess, collectively do better to regulate mis and disinformation, or to prevent it. I would say two things. So the first one is kind of from the macro level, that EU is kind of being a pioneer in the area of making sure that the platforms moderate what content is available through Digital Services Act. This yet to be seen how it's going to unfold and what kind of the result is going to produce. But going back to my study specifically, I think the government has responsibility to make sure that what is available on their social media does not present this misinformation. They do have terms of use of their social media, and it specifically states that people cannot use derogatory language, they cannot advertise, they cannot use a lot of other things. But if you actually look at the feed, all this is present. So the question is why government is not even moderating according to the rules that they themselves put forward. In terms of your question, how the context of and the mandate of IRCC and Home Office kind of predetermined what I was able to find, I think it did to a certain extent, and not just because of the difference in approach to immigration specifically, but also because IRCC kind of specifically mentioned that it will interact with people on their social media, and Home Office on X or Twitter, they mentioned that they just use it as a vehicle to gather information and pass it over to those who are making the decisions. So that's why there is obviously just opinion present there and less of questions. But it was still puzzling to me to find that both of them do not monitor their social media. It still remains a question to why they're not doing it. I have a partial probably answer to this question is just because the amount of tweets that they're getting, and it's impossible to do it in a human, with a human team of, usually the social media teams in government are like 5 to 6 people, maybe a little bit more than that, but there are other options available. So kind of exploring these options and how would be best to move forward with moderating this content, I think it's really, really important. And the last question about ventilation, I mean, I really wish I would be able to secure more interviews. I tried governments, officials. Again, I was really successful during my dissertation project. I'm not successful right now to get any response back to do the interviews. Although, again, the topic of misinformation, you probably know it's pretty hot right now. And there is also, it's kind of the timeline when I approached them was when they were still drowning in the amount of applications and they were not able to process them according with their own times. So they would not come out from these interviews shiny stars. So I'm not too surprised that they didn't get any good responses from the government. Having said that, I think being able to do the manual content analysis one way or another, which I'm intending to do, will help to bring the narrative and bring the voice of the people into the analysis. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. Some online questions?
Okay, hello, Aziz Rahman, research fellow at CERC here. As of now, I got two great questions from two online attendees. Thank you to Imran and Hans. So one question is specifically to Carolina, and the intent of the other question is close to, so I'm gonna read the question for Carolina. So he's asking Carolina for placing the 5 billion Ukrainian refugees as a result of the Russian aggression in the context of the former refugee crisis in Afghanistan since 1979, resulting from the invasion of the Soviet Union and the post-war expulsion of 12 million Germans from Eastern Europe. The other questions from Imran is, can the world focus on the history's biggest migration after Russia-Afghan war and Pakistan hosts almost 50 million refugees till now?
Is there someone present with us or?
Okay, that question online and now.
I just had 2 questions for Caroline as well. Purely like just out of interest, and I know that you didn't probably look at it for your scale or your interest, but I was curious whether the rhetoric that you saw that was being deployed against the migrants that were at the Belarus border, whether it was similar to the rhetoric that was used in Poland to describe Russia, the kind of enemy combatants or like some sort of enemy language or that kind of rhetoric, just because NATO, since that kind of crisis, so quote unquote crisis of the Polish and Belarus border, like NATO started to refer to migration as a potential kind of tool that could be weaponized, and whether that rhetoric was kind of used at all, or similarities between the Belarusian migrants and Russia, that kind of rhetoric. And number 2, whether like any interventions that happen Like, I think the Polish Commissioner for Human Rights also made statements against pushbacks that were happening at the border at the time. And then just last year, there was a European Court of Human Rights decision that, that went against the Polish government on refusing asylum applications at the Belarus and Polish border. Whether any of those interventions, like chronologically, had any impact on the rhetoric, or whether you saw that loosely.
And thank you. And our last question. Hello, I'm Masood, research fellow at CERC. So I have a methodological question about the photo boys. Some of their answers were provided in the previous one, but I was wondering your thoughts about, in photo boys, you have two sets of data, the photos themselves and then the stories or the narratives that people say about them. What was your strategy to incorporate these two sets of data? Or one level of complexity could be when we see something and then we hear people say things which may not appear congruent with what we see. In addition to what Anna mentioned, that people are, they have time to think and doing something purposefully escape. There also could be this discrepancy between what we see and what we hear. And how should a researcher approach this situation? Some of the photos you showed, they rather look like very Instagrammable photos of nature or posing yoga poses and so on. How are we to interpret these photos? And in terms of the implication, you said very well that it was unfortunate that because of the COVID you could not have the focus group and this collaborative process of storytelling, but how would you say that people say that this study impacted us in ways that were positive and beneficial, and how you want to make sure that some people say photo voice is a community-based research, it has to bring some benefits for the community, how you want to make sure that you have the impact that you wish for. Thank you.
So it's 3:58, just for context. I think we can go over, whoever wants to answer, but please. Do you want to start?
Me? Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Thank you for that great question. I think it's really I still have a lot of reflection on that. Because the image and for example, some of the participants, they have their own social media account. So they took the pictures for self-promotion and some of the people, some of the participants, they are really strong advocates in the community. So when they came forward for the interview, they have a really strong voice, they want to express and then they want to explore. But also I think there's this subjectivity there, definitely. But then I think the interview we had, as an initial step was really lay the foundation nicely to say what is the potential bias or the limitation or your positionality, right? As the researcher, but also as the participant, and what is your ultimate goal? Why this benefit you as a participant? And I did receive the comments from the participants to say, I appreciate that you listen to my stories because I thought nobody values that. And we asked them only contribute maximum 20 because we did not give them the magic number. One participant who's really a strong advocate because she experienced really various forms of racism discrimination in the community. She contributed 200 pictures. So we basically spent hours with her online to talk about what is important, what kind of story you want to share with us, the narratives. But also we had that interview as a foundation. We had our interview questions specifically laid out. And then also we have that training manual. We produced a manual with all the key information, why you put this, what is the expectation, what is the benefits for you as a participant. So we clearly outline in that manual as for terms of reference, so that we know that we are on the same page, and then but also we are not exaggerate to some extent, or just want to make a social media impression or as an influencer or whatsoever, but the true self the authenticity of your story that you want to share, and then how can we actually make better policies and better welcoming communities for everybody. So I think that's something like have to be really clear from the beginning of the project and all the way throughout the project process and to the end. But thank you for a great question.
Yes, very, very briefly. So going back to the narrations about Russia at the border, connected to this Belarusian border crisis, is, as I said in the presentation, this was framed as a hybrid war, and of course the aggressor in this hybrid war was Russia, in cooperation with Belarus. There was it was very quickly framed in this way. So there was this enemy language, and also the visuals later did not exactly show, or not directly. No, they show they show immigrants or people trying to cross as enemies as well, but somehow their being enemies was legitimized by the presence of Belarusian military that would work probably in cooperation with Russia. So it was framed this way. And also the whole history between Poland and Russia, dating back the Second World War, and also the history of Poland in the Second World War, where there were no responses as expected on the invasion of Germany in Poland, somehow shaped at the beginning this public discourse and the duty not to act as we wouldn't want others act if we are invaded, as someone acted when we were invaded in 39. So this very much shaped, especially at the beginning. Later, I think it disappeared a little bit in public discourse, but there's the feeling of betrayal that Poles are socialized through schools, connected to the September 39, the German invasion in Poland that started the Second World War. It was kind of visible that we had to help, because no one helped us, so we should not act this way. Also, the proximity of Ukraine and Poland, I had it in my paper, then I removed it because it kind of goes too far from the topic. There is something like a colonial relationship between Poland and Ukraine. It's not much. I was trying to find literature on that. It's not much on that, but there were in the past some discourses concerning Ukrainian Western territories as Polish territories, and still it's like, well, Lviv, well, that's our city, Polish city, right? It's a troubled history, and the borders were really moving there. So also some kind of coloniality, although it can be surprising to call it this way, is and was present in this relationship, and also could have shaped some responses. If it comes to the pushbacks, no, it continues until today, so not much has changed. Not many people manage to apply for asylum, even though there are NGOs working and trying to help them. So this is how it is, and I think I skipped the online question because I don't think I grasped the question. Maybe it was more a comment on.
Maybe we can continue the conversation. Like, if anyone has more points or questions for our panelists, I'm sure if you have time, you can continue the conversation. It's now 4:05, so Anna, should we wrap up?
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, well, I think our online participants are voting with their feet, but I understand also that like attending online is a completely different experience compared to being in person in the room. But I think we've covered great ground, like also in this afternoon panel, trying to see at the how can I say, empirical application of the theoretical and an analytical questions that we discussed this morning, and I think that was enriching too. And particularly in terms of how actors, whether migrants, researchers, and governments themselves can influence, this process. And for me, it's been a very rich day. I don't know if Anita wants to share any concluding remarks.
Yeah, I think my only comment is that I've been very happy to see this interdisciplinarity because I see visuality as a very intrinsically interdisciplinary field. So people coming from migration, communication, legal studies, with IR, it's exactly the meaning of looking at images and trying to understand their value meaning making. So thank you very much for making it possible.